training? Excellent. It is sponsored by the newly forming Latin America District. So we're excited to be part of this initial training program. I'd like to ask everyone just to take 2 seconds and to verify that you are on mute. When it is your turn to speak, you can please take yourself off mute, but by verifying that you're on mute right in the very beginning, we avoid those unnecessary interruptions when someone doesn't realize it. We have an action-packed agenda today, so welcome everyone. For many of you, this may be the first time you're actually getting some officers training from Toastmasters, which is excellent. And for others, you may have already gotten training, or maybe this is a new role for you. And if you're a seasoned Toastmaster and you've been to many trainings, well, thank you so much for coming, because we would really appreciate your insight when we do breakout groups or whatever else. So that experience that you've had is going to be super valuable in helping the newer members understand their roles and the roles of the other executive committee members in order to make your club as successful as possible. So again, we have a thrilling afternoon, and I just want to make sure that everyone feels welcome. The new organization that's forming this new district is, again, filled with top-notch Toastmasters who are really passionate about forming this Latin American district. And I am just glad to be part of this training. So thank you so much. What I'd like to do now is I'd like to just let everyone know that this program will go on for several different hours. I'm going to give you a little overview. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Billy Ameka, and I've been with Toastmasters for about 8 or 9 years. I've been in many clubs throughout the United States. I was in clubs in California, in Chicago, and in Michigan. And then about 2 years ago, when everyone went on Zoom, I joined the Buenos Aires club, the Morris Gelman Club. And I've been a member for 2 years there. And this year, I'm actually president of the club. And I'm joining you from Buenos Aires, Argentina as well. So again, I'm thrilled to be the Toastmaster of the day. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to start off by introducing one of our first speakers, and it's going to be Cece Espew, and she's going to talk about quality sessions. But let me tell you a little bit about Cece before we begin. So Cece joined Toastmasters in 2016. She is a former U.S. Marine, author, and 2 times TEDx speaker. And she's been a distinguished Toastmaster 4 times. That's an amazing accomplishment. Cece's life is centered around 3 core values: God, family, and education. Cece currently attends university, where she's studying industrial organization psychology with an emphasis in change management and personal development. Today, she will be presenting the quality session. So Cece, please take yourself off mute and take the floor.
Good evening, and thank you, Billy. Your check's in the mail. That was an amazing introduction, if I do say so myself. Good evening, dignitaries, distinguished Toastmasters, and fellow Toastmasters. I am going to be talking about the quality session today. And so I'm going to share my screen. And let me just see here. What's going to happen? You just never know. And I will be going back and forth. So I know we've been putting it in the chat, to go ahead and rename yourself so that I know what role you're having this year. All right. We're talking about quality club meetings and the impact that a quality meeting can have on a club. what the quality meeting means and delivering a quality meeting. And I know those all sound very, very similar, but we're going to dissect them. Now, one of the things I would like you to do is, first of all, unmute yourselves and tell me, does anyone know? Well, give me the definition of a quality meeting. Does anybody have any idea? What is a quality meeting? And if you don't unmute yourselves and volunteer an answer, I will be choosing somebody. So if I know your name, I'll be calling on you. So somebody. All right, let's see here. Anna Maria.
For me, a quality meeting is a meeting that start on time and also have a sequence on the different part of the meeting without having like any distraction or any, in this club is in this way, and in this club is in this other way. So that go with the correct flow.
Right. Because when a meeting flows correctly, that makes everyone feel comfortable, especially new guests. So if you have guests, that's not the time to be, I don't know what to do, kind of a thing. All right. So what I want you to do is take a pen and a piece of paper and write down any questions that you may have, and then see if along the way, do I answer these questions? And if I don't, at the end, make sure that you ask me so we can go over. All right, so sharing my screen once again. All right. So Anna gave us her definition of a quality meeting. All right. And during this session, we will be identifying what the quality club meeting is, what goes into preparing a quality club meeting, and maybe developing some strategies on how to attain that. Right. What is the impact of a quality meeting on a club? Any ideas? All right, well, let me just jump right in and let you know that for a quality, when a club has a quality meeting, what it does is it engages the members. Now, Alex, distinguished Toastmaster Alex McCrae and I belong to a club in South Florida that at the beginning of last Toastmaster year, so July 1st, 2022, they had 7 members. 7. And we looked at that and we were like, ooh, we need to get in there because obviously some things are not flowing quite right. And so we had to develop a quality meeting. Now, I will say in all honesty, I was the VPE and I was horrible at it because I did not have an agenda and I just expected that the members, the experienced Toast members, would just get in there and just do a Toastmaster meeting. I mean, we all know what we need to do, right? But no, what was happening is that as we got new members, when I didn't do an agenda, they didn't know what to do. So you always need to have an agenda as for a quality club meeting. Okay. All right. So what it does is when you have a quality meeting, it engages and increases engagement. Okay, and they're just going over the discussions, the slides here. Now, one of the things about being a presenter for TI, they have a certain slide deck that we have to use. So you'll see some of these things are pretty redundant and you're like, Cece, but I know this, but just bear with me. We're doing things the Toastmaster way today. All right. And when you have a quality meeting, what it does is it encourages members to volunteer for leadership. And that's what you all are. You are in leadership. You are the club officers. Okay. And of course, it supports member growth, because what will happen is new members will come in, they'll see the meetings, and they'll want to join. Okay. All right. Any questions about what I've spoken about so far? Let me just stop sharing my screen so I can kind of see. All right, no questions. That means I'm brilliant or you're bored. Like, nope. Okay, well, I'm going to go with that. I'm brilliant. All right, so going back to the slide deck. All right. So what is a quality meeting? I told you it's definitely one where there's an agenda. Does anybody else have any idea what makes a quality meeting? All right, Alex, I know you're just dying to give me an answer. Please help a fellow Toastmaster out. What is a quality meeting?
Yes, I can say something.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Janet.
Good afternoon to all of you, dear Toastmasters. And I truly believe that a quality meeting needs commitment on each one of the members in order to do in advance all the arrangements or all the communication when they are in the program. So during the time, as was said, during the time of the session, there will probably, the guest will not perceive any problem during the session. Apart from the time that was already said, I also believe that a quality session deals with the way we dress. And yesterday we have a meeting where I exposed a little bit about the formal dressing, and also this, having the cameras on, so we feel that we are not alone giving a speech, and we feel in contact, and we can have the visual communication and also feel listen for the auditor.
All right, it's very, very true. So I'm going to throw out a question to Billy. All right, well, maybe let me change that, because then, you know, when you say somebody's name, when you ask a question, everybody else stops thinking. All right. What happens if you don't have those things that we just mentioned? You don't have an agenda. You don't, what Janet said. What happens? What are the effects if that happens? Oh, Billy, thank you for offering.
I don't know. I just got some ESP that you thought maybe I should chime in and jump in. I would say one of the things is that we don't accomplish the goals that we need to. And people start to feel frustrated, and then they feel like the meetings aren't productive. And then they don't feel like it's a good use of their time. And they're less likely to want to participate in the future. So it's really about respecting each other and respecting each other's time.
Okay, all right. Good answer, good answer. Does anybody else have anything to add? All right. Let's go with Norca and then George.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to tell you about my thoughts, but from my point of view as Vice President of Education. And as Janet said before, the agenda is so important for this work in the meeting. And I know that working on the agenda is a very hard work, because sometimes the members are not signing for the roles, and it is something hard for us, because what can I do? So I start calling them, and I try to motivate to assign up for a role. Another thing that I proposed last week is like a game. And I said, well, a Toastmaster wears many hats. So what kind of hat are you wearing today? So this is a play, a game, and something that Toastmasters taught me is you have to be prepared for any place, for any role, for anything that your club needs in that moment. And that game, the name, only motivated our people, our members to sign quickly on the agenda. And for me, it's so important because I know that I can cover any role. I don't have any, I don't feel shy, but I raise my hand, but it's not only me, it's our members, because we are bigger because of our members. And I want them to work hard, to read, and to achieve the goals that, of course, the club needs. And something important, motivate them.
Good, very good, nice answer. George, your answer for that question.
I'm going to add a forward reference to what I'm going to say later. I'm cheating. But one of the things that is a big issue is the brand promise. We break the brand promise because people come to Toastmasters with expectations. If we don't deliver on those expectations in quantity and quality, we are not only jeopardizing that person joining the club, but we are jeopardizing the image that Toastmasters has in the community. And you never know who that person is. The person could be an ambassador, that person could be the head of a company, that person could be the head of HR of a company. They may be thinking of setting multiple clubs. They may be thinking of bringing 10 employees to your company. You don't know who they are. But before everything, they're also a possible member. So just for the fact that they can be a member, we have to treat them with respect to them and to the brand. It's a big deal that many clubs, unfortunately, do not pay sufficient attention because they think as one more possible member, and it's not, it's the brand.
Right, yes. So I have to tell you this, Dr. Distinguished Toastmaster, Dr. Susan Vanetta just joined us from South Florida, and she taught me a really, really valuable trick. Go ahead and wave to her. I was at a meeting, and there were certain roles that I used to hate, and at this point, I don't even remember what role I used to hate, but I never used to do it. And I heard them ask Dr. Susan Vanetta one time for that role. So it might have been our counselor or something. And her answer changed my life forever. She said, wow, that's my favorite role. Thank you so much for asking me to do that role. And I thought to myself, like, wow, I never thought of responding like that. I would always whine, bellyache, moan, groan, slide off my chair, turn off my camera. I was like, ooh, if she's answering like that, it actually made me step up my game. And now I can do any role that I'm asked to. So yeah. All right. Victoria, you had a question or a comment?
Thank you. Thank you, Ceci. I would like to, you remember me. You remember.
I just met her at a meeting a couple days ago. Nice to see you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what about agenda? I would like to add a couple of thoughts. I would express a couple of my thoughts about why have agenda is very important for each club, for each meeting. First of all, from my experience, first of all, it's possible to plan my studying processes. For example, if I know that I'm completing now a level, and in this my task includes not only give speech but also to play a role of evaluator, for example. So thanks to our agenda and thanks to our planning our meeting, I can plan when exactly I will be able to give a speech, and at the next meeting maybe I will be evaluator. So this is like an example. So I can plan my education processes. This first of all. Second of all, this as you understood, recently I started to visit different clubs. because I wanted to have experience to see how other clubs are managing agendas and managing meetings. And for the first time when I visited another one club, I felt no, I didn't feel, I was not worried, and I felt relief because I knew what to expect from meeting in other club. Why? Because a scheme of agenda is more or less the same. I know the first will be speeches, then we will discuss the table topics. I know there's the end that guests will be invited to give feedback. So that's why I know what to, I knew, and every time I know what to expect from any meeting, from any another club. And so it will, that's why I know that I will not waste my time, this 1 hour and 1 hour of my life for, uncontrollable messy discussions, or yeah, so this hour will not be wasted. And another one thing which is important, I think, this is for leaders and for Toastmasters, for the presidents, for all officers, and for all Toastmasters who are managing this meeting or any other meeting, is to lead and give from the very beginning specific structure and lead the way, to show the way where we are going. For example, first we will have speeches, then we will have discussion, then guests will be invited to give feedback. So to lead this process, so everybody knows in which moment to give feedback or not to give feedback, or to be silent, to unmute or be muted. Yeah. So to show the way where we go. So these things I think are very important. As for me, yeah, what I found very important in having agenda. Thank you. Back to you, Ceci.
All right. So Victoria mentioned a really important point, is that there are over 15,000 Toastmaster clubs worldwide, but you can go to a meeting anywhere in the world and the format of the meeting will be the same. All Toastmaster meetings have 3 parts. And now they may do it in a different order, but there will be 3 parts. So there will be prepared speeches, there will be evaluations, and there will be table topics, okay? So you could go anywhere in the world and find that. Now, one of the things, and how many VPEs do I have in the room? Can you just give me a show of hands? All right, so I love my VPEs because guess what? The person that controls the agenda controls the meeting, and that controls the club. You are responsible for building the culture of the club, and you do that with your agenda. Now, one of the things, and I don't want to step into George's territory here, but when we talk about accomplishing the goals for the club, we do that by doing certain levels and pathways. And I don't know, is everybody here familiar with the dashboard and how to get there? All right, okay. So when you do the agenda, let me see if I can bring it up here on my screen. I did share this right quick. Was I just went in and randomly pulled a dashboard report, and I hope hopefully nobody is here from Firebirds, but let me tell you, this club did really well last year. So when you are planning your agendas and you're looking to accomplish the different goals for the year, you want to have 4 level 1s. And you can see here that the goal was to get 4 level 1s, and they got it. Then level 2s, and these levels correspond into pathways. Your level 1, your icebreaker, your research and evaluation speech, your speech with a purpose. And as the members are given these speeches and they're going into pathways and doing the assess your skills afterwards, what happens is TI, Toastmasters International, starts updating your your dashboard report or your DCP report. And that's what gives you these goals over here. And let me tell you, towards the end of the year, maybe not so much in the beginning of the year for new clubs, but when you start to get really experienced and members start coming down here and they start doing the trainings on line 9, right? And they start getting these goals here met. What happens is at the end of the year, oh yes, everybody is concerned about the agenda, because that's when you start accomplishing those goals on the dashboard report. That's when you start becoming select distinguished or president's distinguished. Let me tell you, it gets really, really exciting, because, and I'm bleeding over into the VPE section here, but then members want to talk, because they start accomplishing goals like the Triple Crown. They start working towards their becoming a distinguished Toastmaster, which I have to tell you, the first one is the hardest to get. But once you get that first Distinguished Toastmaster award, the others are pretty easy. I'm not saying you don't have to work for them, but they're easier than the first one. All right. So the agenda is extremely, extremely important as far as creating a quality club meeting. Any questions? Am I still brilliant, or are you guys like, okay, I'm still brilliant. Woo, all right, thank you, thank you. I was getting a little nervous there, All right. Let me just switch my screen back here. So what can you do? Oh, I've got some questions. Julio and then Anna. Go ahead and ask your questions. Julio?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to know if you can have some variations of the agenda, and what is the permitted variations on the agenda. So you can have it like I had the idea and now I forgot the idea. That's embarrassing for a Toastmaster. Not knowing what to say. let me get my ideas clear. Let's see. We have an agenda which is clearly standardized, but is there a margin for variation, for something that we can do in order to have some forms of variations? Is this allowed, or you look bad when you variate the agenda?
So are you asking, can you evaluate the agenda? Is that what you're asking?
If you can have some variations on the agenda, or it has to be the exact standard agenda.
So, okay, Norca, did you have a comment to what he was saying? I think I know the answer, but.
Well, I want to share something that I did with the agenda, because as you know, the agenda has an organization of our meeting. Part of it, in our case, we have the business session, for example. But everybody here knows that we have the quorum of the club for business session. But what happens if we don't have the quorum, the required quorum? Well, in that case, I use another name in that part, but we are continue having that part. And I rename as a short talk. And it's time when everybody can say something according to our thoughts, or maybe some opinions about something. So it's a free time when members can share time by talking. That's it. But for me, for example, the agenda is not like you are having something that's so strong. You can modify according to your way, your progress.
Oh,
Please,
absolutely.
thank you.
Absolutely. So if I'm understanding correctly, Julio, you're asking, does the agenda have to fit a certain format? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, if it has to have a format or an order, or for example, like 2 years ago when my club started, we used to have something that we have a speakathon, something kind of a marathon of speeches, because we would like to improve our abilities or to advance in our pathway. So we sometimes, from time to time, we have a speakathon. So on those in those days, we only have speeches, like 5 to 6 speeches. Is that something that you can prove or you can use from time to time? Not do it usually, but from time to time.
Absolutely, absolutely, right? You absolutely can do that. The idea is the agenda is just so that people know what's happening, all right? You can have themed meetings. You can have meetings where it's just table topics. You can have meetings where it's just speeches, all right? The idea, though, is for the Toastmaster of the day to say that so that people know what's happening. As you get closer to the end of the year where people need to make a lot of speeches, you might say, today we're doing a speech-a-thon, or when you put out the agenda. The idea is to let people know. All right. George, did you have a comment to what Julio said, or was it a totally different question? Because
It's a comment on that. I mean,
I'm
there
going to
are-
come back to you, Anna. Okay.
there are clubs that add roles, like person who do questions or to pay attention. There are clubs that have special sections. Our club does, for example, an after party, which is after the official time. We continue talking, and that's a free for all. And there's somebody coordinating that, doing a pseudo Toastmaster role. So you can be very flexible. And we also have speakathons. The comment is that there are some clubs that do things that are pretty weird to the point of going off the brand, like reverse meeting or random meetings and so on. Those things are not sanctioned, but everything else is allowed within the boundaries of it looks like still a Toastmasters meeting.
We are going to come back to that point. We're going to come back to that. Let me hear what Anna has to say. Anna?
Yes, I see in different clubs that have like an app in the website that they put like the different role and they print like an agenda over that. Is a free app or we have to pay on that?
Oh, wow, wow, wow. Oh, I love this question. I absolutely love this question. You and I are definitely going to talk afterwards, and I will make sure everybody else gets the information. But it's Free Toast Host is the free website that Toastmaster provides to every club. And it's either one of the club officers sets it up. And what happens is the members can go in there and they can click on the role that they would like. And then they can go in, and if it's a speaking role, they choose their path. They can put their evaluation in there. And this is something that Distinguished Toastmaster Alex uses all the time. And, he'll say, send me your evaluation via the Free Toast Host website. Because what that does is it gives the secretary a way to look at all the reports and see who's speaking, and it gives you historical data. So great question. And there is another Toastmaster Linda Clark, who will be coming in a little bit. Whomever's in her session, you need to ask her about Free Toast Host. And also Distinguished Toastmaster Susan Vanetta is an expert at that. Get her information, okay? Blow up the chat. Get her to come back and give you a session on that. All right. Janet, you had a question? George, I'm not forgetting you. I'm I'm coming back to you, Janet. You had a
Yes,
question?
I just want to say something that I was talking yesterday with our Vice President of Education about the agenda. She told me that when you have one of the members that is not paying anymore and it's out of the club, then in the agenda automatically the picture of this person disappear in all the agendas because he is probably removed. So it will be interesting or important if it's possible to talk to the webster or the website manager if instead of changing or taking the member out, or it will say a word by saying active or inactive. Because it will be interesting to still know who participates and the back.
Correct. So there actually is a feature in there where you can just move the member so that they're not showing up actively. But that is something that whomever is managing that website, whichever club officer is managing that website, they are doing that setting. Toastmasters International is not doing that automatically. All right, that person's information stays in there forever. So let's get back on track and let's see here what we're really supposed to be talking about according to the Toastmaster slides here. So we've talked about what is a quality meeting, and we've also said, we've actually covered most of it. It says the next thing we're supposed to be discussing is how to deliver quality meetings. So George, I'm gonna come back to you because I think this point is gonna get a little sticky. When you said that clubs are doing things like way out there that are not sanctioned, expound on that. Tell me more. What do you mean by that? Give me examples. What are they doing?
Reverse meetings, where they run the meeting and they run the evaluation before the actual speech and so on. It's completely wild and it has nothing to do with what we're doing to Toastmasters.
Okay, so good point. That makes absolutely no sense. You cannot
Correct.
run the evaluation before you give the speech. But
Well, they do the speech to match the evaluation that they got, and it's a fun meeting, but it doesn't serve the purpose of anybody, in my view.
all right, wait. Let's look at this here. If you've got a club with a lot of experienced members, that might be something you could do to gain interest. Not all the time, but most of the, you could do it once or twice, I would think, but it's not, I wouldn't be considered a speech, would it? What does everybody think? Would that speech really count? Any thoughts? No? Alexandra is shaking her head. They wouldn't count then, right? What do you think? No?
Of course not, because the serious respect for the agenda and all the other rules helps us trust in the institution.
Great answer. Great.
That's my opinion.
A great answer. All right. George, did you have another example of something that is just totally not sanctioned?
Well, not sanctioned is to run a contest outside of the specified times. You can do tall tales, but you cannot invent a new contest type.
True. Absolutely. Oh, I like your answers. You know your stuff. Correct. Correct. But now you could run a contest within the club that goes nowhere else. All right. So if you wanted to run a humorous speech contest, you could actually do that, but it doesn't go past the club, outside the club. So you're absolutely correct on that. All right, let's see, what's the next activity they want us to do? We are just jumping all around. but I trust me, we are covering all the materials. So Carlos said, every club should deliver the mission. We provide a supportive and positive learning experience where members are empowered. Correct. I totally agree with you, Carlos. We should try to adhere to the mission of Toastmasters in providing a supportive and positive learning experience. All right, so one of the things in regards to that, if a club wants to do table topics first, is that okay? Instead of the prepared speeches? Erica, do you have any thoughts on that? Can a club do the table topics before the prepared speeches?
It's me.
Yes, Erica?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Well, could you repeat the question, please?
All right, so every meeting is supposed to have 3 parts. Prepared speeches, table topics, evaluations. Can a club do table topics before the prepared speeches?
Well, I would like to share what we do in our club. We developed the 3 main parts. That is, as you mentioned, the prepared speeches, then the table topics, and finally the evaluation. This is what we do first. We have our sessions start at 5 p.m. because we have regular meetings every Saturday from 5 to 6:30 p.m. So we start with the prepared speeches, and most of the members are on time. So we develop the main part, that is prepared speeches, and then it follows the table topics, and finally we have the evaluation, the evaluation for the meeting and the evaluation for the speakers. It's how we are developing.
So let me ask you this. So if I come and I'm the guest Toastmaster of the day, and I say, we're going to do table topics first, am I wrong?
Well, it could be depending on every club, but we consider that the most important part is the education session, that is the prepared speeches. That's why we give more relevance in our sessions. Most of the time we have 3 or 4 speeches, and if we can spend most time delivering the speeches and evaluating on these speeches is more relevant for us than the table topics. The table topics we use in order to invite the new guests that they would like to participate, but we are more interested listening to our members.
Okay, so I see a lot of hands up, but I'm just going to throw this out to you. Suppose you have a club where the members always sign on late. They always sign on late. What would you do first? Prepared speeches or table topics?
Well, if that is the case, we will use the option that start by the table topics. No, it doesn't happen yet because we try to continue with this program. But if just is the case, we don't have any problem to make the necessary changes because we are trying to be flexible.
Good answer, good answer. I'm going to come back to that, but I want to let Sherilyn answer, then we'll go to Janet and Victoria, and you each have like about 45 seconds, and then we'll go to Soledad. So Sherilyn, Janet, Victoria, Soledad. 45 seconds each.
Thank you, Cici. I think in our case, the table topic, it's a great activity to get everyone warmed up and into the session, kind of relax everyone a little bit. That's why we do it at the very beginning of the session, and kind of have a humorous side of the meeting. Try to train on that impromptu communication aspect of the Toastmaster, because you come up with a very specific different topic and you kind of go improving in your speech as you go. So I think the table topic is a great way to start a meeting.
All right, good answer, good answer. Janet, 45 seconds. What are your thoughts?
Yes, I am a Toastmaster for a long, long time ago, almost 30 years. And I start with the old-fashioned manual. And since that, I have the idea that the structure of having a business session, a topic session, and the educational part is perfect. And all of them are important for communication and leadership. So you don't need to sacrifice none of them, because all of them are important for the educational program. And if you don't practice the parliamentary procedure during the business session, you are missing the leadership educational part, because in that moment they learn how to be leaders. So I truly believe it's important to pay attention on this, and also try to go to the excellence and talk to each one of your members to stay on time, because I believe we need to work on that.
Very good answer. Victoria, your thoughts on what we just said.
Thank you, Ceci. As I know, at least this is, I know that psychotherapists and psychologists are telling what they are telling, saying about attention of people. So when somebody is giving a speech, only first 7 up to 10 minutes, during first 10 minutes, people are able to be focused on everything what speaker is talking about. But after that, it's very important to engage this crowd in discussion. So ask questions, so to ask feedback, to do something to refresh the crowd, refresh people. So that's why I think that it's good. So according to this logic, according to this knowledge, it's better first to have first speeches. So people will be able, so members will be able to they will have energy to put attention on the speeches. And then table topics, thanks to table topics, it's possible to refresh audience and engage, like take them back to the attention of people. This is what I think.
All right, good answer, good answer. All of these are great answers. Soledad, what were your thoughts on what we just talked about? I think she's trying to unmute herself.
Okay, may I give my opinion now?
Oh, absolutely. Please do. Please do.
Okay, I have coincidences with all of the participants, but I should say that all different parts of the session are important. They all have their own dynamics and their own structure and their own focus on what we need to learn as Toastmasters. I wouldn't say this is not important or this is more important than the other one. All of them are the same level of importance. Then why we decided some time ago to start with the table topic masters, because many reasons. There are always people who come late to the sessions, okay? Maybe the speaker. And I'm VPM, and I noticed, and I got the comments from the guests that they didn't expect to be called to express themselves. So they start with this section which doesn't know how we run the session. And this is exciting for them, for the new ones, the guests, to be part of this section and give a comment or answer a question. Also, I would say that it's beneficial for all of us, you know, all the advantages that we have from this section. And then we can go to the prepared speeches. Now we are ready to take serious part of the speeches and all that. Also have fun, but we have fun from the beginning. So we are motivated. That's the reason, one of the reasons we could say it works for us. It works.
All right. Great answer, great answer. 30 seconds. Yasmali, please just give me your thoughts. And Carlos, I'm coming to you, and then we're going to start wrapping it up before we bleed over into somebody else's session.
Hi, everyone. I'm Yasmelit. I have 2 months in the table in Toastmasters International. It's very new for me. I have a experience in roles, timer, counted by is my first training to understand others roles, the structure of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, great. Carlos, 30 seconds. Your thoughts on what we've just been saying.
Thank you very much. There is no book that Toastmasters tells us we must do this. Right? That would affect the philosophy of the organization. There are 4 principles. Let's make it simple. Let's have our motto very clearly stated: for better listening, for better thinking, and for better speaking. We all work together to help members develop their full potential, and let's not forget that we have fun during the process. Yet, you know, what we need to do is to fulfill the mission. And for that, we need to use pathways, evaluation from pathways. Evaluators should prepare their evaluations. We should have an agenda, and provided the time the club has assigned for their meetings, 1 hour meeting, 1 hour and a half, 2 hour sessions, let's use the time more efficiently. There is no right or wrong. There is a lot of teamwork, and most importantly, a lot of planning and preparation to deliver the mission of the club, since our member comes first.
You know what? I knew there was a reason I asked Carlos to speak last. All of your points were valid, but Carlos hit the nail on the head. There is no right or wrong way to do it within the guidelines, George. I'm going to stick with, so you can't do evaluations first, but whether you do the speeches first and then the evaluations, or the speeches and table topics evaluate, it really goes according to the culture of the club. Now, I will say this, no matter what the agenda says, the Toastmaster of the day is in control of that meeting. All right. I'm not picking on Toastmaster Alex, but he did something that I thought was brilliant the other day. We were scheduled for 2 or 3 speakers. Only 1 speaker came. The meeting was 1 hour and 15 minutes long. 25 minutes into the meeting, we were done. We were done with the speeches. On the agenda, it said that it should have been table topics next, and then the evaluations. But who wants to wait 40 minutes to give an evaluation? So he just said, now we're going to do the evaluation. Mr. Evaluator, are you ready? They were ready. He did the evaluation right away. Then we had 40 minutes of table topics, and the meeting was perfect. It's all about leadership and letting the Toastmaster of the day lead the meeting. And with that, it has been my pleasure to present this quality meeting session to you. And if you need to reach me, want to reach me, You can get my information from Monica, or you can find me on LinkedIn. It has been a pleasure being here today and meeting all of you. Thank you.
Excellent. Let's everyone give some virtual applause to CC. What a wonderful speaker. Again, she showed us poise. She explained the topic exceptionally well, and she engaged the audience. And that's why we're here. We're not here just to be told what to do. We're here to have a conversation, to ask questions, to learn, and to grow together. And a lot of times you may not think of the question, but someone else in this meeting will. And then you'll say, that's what I was always wondering, but I didn't think of asking at this moment. So it's super important to pay attention throughout the meeting. You're going to hear valuable nuggets that you can take back with you to your club. And you can talk about it in the executive committee meetings with the other officers. So again, you don't know where those valuable pieces are coming from, but I'll guarantee you that CC gave us some really good, valuable nuggets during her session. So once again, thank you so much. She is definitely a seasoned Toastmaster with exceptional skills. What I'd like to do next is move on to the next section. And the speaker here is George Kisas, who is a DTM and actually part of my club as well. He's going to speak about creating a quality club. George has been a Toastmaster for the equivalent of, are you guys ready? 35 years of membership. He's held a lot of simultaneous memberships, meaning he was a member of multiple clubs at the same time. And in that period, he achieved the DTM notification or DTM certification, not one, but twice. He founded and was a charter member of numerous clubs. Many of the clubs have participated in and were top ranked just by doing the right things rightly. And as a consequence to that, getting top numeric results. The numbers measure the performance as a proxy. He shares, and he will share, best practical practices to get great club performance, which includes things that are not measured officially, and the official numbers will follow. Everyone, please give a warm welcome to George DTM. Take it away, George. George, you're on mute. Just please unmute yourself.
Trying to unmute. Hi. Before I start the session, I need to reach an agreement with you. And the agreement is I want this session to be memorable, and I want you to take away things. And in order to be memorable, I'll be doing some tricks here and there. The first trick is for you to think how you would take the temperature of a monkey. Because a lot of having a quality club is getting good results. But sometimes we focus on the thermometer. And if we focus on the thermometer instead of focusing on the health of the club, it's like going to the doctor and say, I want to discuss my glucose level or my cholesterol level or my whatever. I'm going to show you a slide, which is how the temperature of a monkey changes when you introduce a thermometer to take his rectal temperature. This is done by GPT-4, paid version, latest version. This is the actual endorphin reactions with hormones and everything else, because the monkey, who was skeptic, gets angry. And the temperature of the monkey changes by a lot, because the monkey gets a lot angry. Okay. Now, hopefully this caught your attention, and we're going to be covering many things which can be measured. But what we will measure is the result of doing the things right, and the right things in the right way. So if we do the right things in the right way, the results will follow. Having said that, if you focus on the measuring, you will get the angry monkey. Been doing this for a while, and I've seen many angry monkeys when people say, oh, you need to do this goal, you need to do that goal, you need to do that goal. We need to serve the members. The mission of the club is to serve the members by having quality meetings, by having quality clubs, by delivering on the brand promise. So I'm going to cover on all these things so that we never get to the monkey, that the monkey that is skeptical at the beginning gets to be a happy monkey. Everybody needs to be happy and achieve their goals, because that's our mission. Our mission is not to measure temperatures. Our mission is to achieve healthy participants. So you never get a second chance to make a first impression, and I probably ruined mine by showing the monkey. But I want to be memorable, and I'm prepared to sacrifice my first impression with you so that you remember the concept that measuring the health of something is the result of doing the right things. We should not focus on the number. Instead of that, I'll show you the numbers that we should be taking care of, in some cases without the monkey realizing that we're taking the temperature. We're going to cover things like the member experience, the club, and the teamwork. The session objective is identify how you satisfy the club members. Then we're going to use something called moment of truth. And we're going to use something called DCP, which is Distinguished Club Programs. We're going to apply moment of truth, and we are going to identify leadership roles. These are the official slides. As Cici said, we have to use the official slides. We can here and there add 1 or 2 slides, but not a lot. But basically what I'm trying to do is understand how the tools that are provided to us help us measure as a proxy how things are going. First thing is the member experience. The member experience is what we discussed already, what makes a quality meeting. I don't need to go through all the details again, but we have an idea that a quality meeting has to be based on the club mission, on the values of the club, and then on pillars. And the pillars are the learning experience, experiential learning, the self-paced program, the peer feedback, and the mentoring. Now this looks very formal, but basically we said it once again, like Carlos said, and I'm happy that he mentioned that every single time because I'm a fan of this too. We provide a supportive and positive learning experience in which members are empowered to develop communication and leadership skills, resulting in greater personal growth. Yes. Now, in order to do that, we use some values: integrity, respect, service, and excellence. I was making earlier comments about my personal view that reverse meeting don't feel a lot aligned with this because they're more fun than anything related to this. Integrity is essential. I'm not going to teach you how to cheat with the numbers. I've seen people cheating with the numbers. You're not going to hear this from me. You're going to see respect for the member, respect for the time, respect for each other. You're going to see service. We need to match with our service the expectations that the members who come to us have. And we're going to achieve excellence. We're going to achieve excellence in everything that we do. And there are people like myself who are paranoid and micromanage and study every single detail, and will tell you we'll do the introduction of the members just before table topics. So we give the table topic to the person who speaks better first in their introduction, and so on. This is all about how we achieve that excellence through understanding of how each of the steps contribute to the overall result. Please feel free to interrupt, and please feel free to raise hands. I'm trying to see the screen while I'm doing this, but you let me know or shout if you have any questions. Now, I mentioned earlier Toastmasters brand. This is like McDonald's or Coca-Cola, okay? If you want to bottle Coca-Cola, you have to the secret recipe of Coca-Cola. If you want to produce McDonald's, you have to buy a franchise. A club, a Toastmaster club, is a franchise of Toastmaster International. Toastmaster International is technically a federation of clubs that operate under the Toastmaster Charter. The experience that you get in any club of the world has the same quality, the same expectations, and the same deliverables. You can change the order, you can do things in a certain way, you can personalize, but the Toastmaster brand is a promise. When you talk about brand, is what you think about something before you enter the meeting. And that brand impression should match what you have at the end. Otherwise, you're breaking the promise. Now, there's something called brand positioning, which is a very long text. I'm going to send you a presentation. You can read it later. Basically, it's where leaders are made. I'm a leader, and I was made here. Okay. Why is this important? Because this is not the place where people come to learn to speak in public. This is not about glossophobia. This is not about, I come here to improve my public speaking skills. You ask members, could you please tell us what you're here for without saying that you're coming here to improve your public skills? What specifically are you coming here for? And somebody will say, I need this, I need that, I need that, I need that, I need that. That's what they come for. There's a brand personality. A leader, dedicated, helpful, and empowered. We can talk for hours about this, or we can talk about interesting details. We can do both. You tell me if you want to go into any of these things in a lot of detail. I'm going to go to something useful. Something useful is this moment of truth. Moment of truth is a seminar that you deliver in your club. And what you do is you figure out for each of these sections, you have a mini discussion group. Typically, you will open 6 breakout rooms. You will divide your club in 6 groups. And each group will follow a script to analyze these items. In order to save time, I'm going to give you a very brief description of what we do. Let me get out of here for 1 second and see if I can see the screen with you here. Bear with me. Oh, I get out of share screen. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Let's share the screen like this. Can you see it like this? Yep. Bear with me. And yes, kind of. No, we don't see that like that. Okay, sorry. It's not working from the mic. Sorry, my bad. Sorry. Sorry, my bad. It moved the wrong way. Okay. What you would typically have is a group of people analyzing each of these things. The question is, and you can answer in the chat or you can shout it, are guests greeted, warm, and introduced to officers and members? Do you have somebody like the Sergeant of Arms, like the President, like somebody who thinks that this is important, doing this at every single meeting? The first impression is what the member thinks or the guest thinks each time that they come. And moment of truth is each moment where you can break that promise. Okay. Membership orientation. Do we assign people a mentor? We can give them a pin if you want, but do we assign them a mentor? Assigning the mentor is the most important things that you can do for a new member. 1, because they will guide them. And 2, because they are accountable to a buddy. There are clubs that specifically assign people in pairs where each other is accountable to each other, or you can have a more experienced member be a guidance, or you can have groups of people to mentor each other. The question is, you want people to be accountable, because the moment they say that they want to achieve a goal, they will achieve that goal. We are going to cover the education programs. We're going to see if the needs are met. Members with disabilities. I happen to be a member of a club that is called Neurodiverse Leaders. And that means I'm neurodiverse myself. I'm autistic. I don't show it a lot, possibly my speaking style, but I'm autistic. So it's not just accommodating blind people or deaf people or people who are stutterers. And how much do we involve people in the roles? In the clubs where I am working with, we try to ask people when they want to do speeches, in what months, and in between we assign them to roles, because this is not a place where food is cooked for you. This is a place where we all cook food for each other. So we learn from each other through experiential learning. These are trivial things, but they are important. Are we greeting guests warmly? Are the meetings enjoyable? Are people happy after the meeting? Do we have social events? Or you could not have, if you cannot have social events, do we have an after party at every single meeting? Do we participate in that? We will have area, district, and international events eventually here in Latin America, but we can have inter-club events at any moment. Do you visit other clubs? Do we go to other clubs and steal, copy, and cheat, and clone every single good idea that we find? And then the things that we said earlier, that Cici said earlier, about the agenda. All these things were discussed already. There's one thing that I want to cover in a little more detail. And Cici mentioned Firebirds, which I happen to be the current VP of, so I don't take any credit for what happened last year. It's a great club. I invite you to visit. But I want to show you something that is not currently being measured by Toastmasters International. And this is this. Bear with me, new share. New share, where is that? Sorry, my bad. Sharing. Bear with me. Are you with me so far? Am I boring you? Am I blasting you with things that you don't? Are you there? You still there with me? Yeah? Okay.
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are. We're here.
Okay. Now, this is the exact same screen live that Cici mentioned.
But your screen is not visible.
What do you mean no? You don't see a browser?
I can see it.
I can see it.
Me too.
Okay. May take a while to show, but everybody sees that. What's wrong with this club? This is my club, so I can speak badly about my club. There's one thing wrong with this club, which is that we used to have 31 members and now we have 23. So we lost a lot of members. So how many members did we lose? Somebody do the math for me. Shout, how many members do we lost?
8.
No. Do the math again. We had 3 new members. So when you say how many members did we lose, you say how many members do we have today, and you compare that with the number that you have at the beginning plus the number of new members that you have. There are many cases where you see this club is great. They have 20 members, they have made all the goals, they have made everything that they would have to do, but it's a revolving door. It's a revolving door because members come in and go out and are replaced by new members. Now, I want to show you something that you may not find that often, but it's this little report. You will find the details in the URL that I'm going to send to you with the presentation. This is the exact same club, Firebirds Collective. Let me expand that. Can you see that? Club number 53 something. We lost 25% of the members and we kept 67% of them because of this 8 and 3. Do you follow that? We lost members, but we have to say how many we retain. We retain the 23 members out of 31 plus 3. And this is the retention rate. This is one thing that Toastmasters does not measure, and does not mention almost anywhere. However, if you want to have a quality meeting and a quality club, you first have to keep your members, then you can help them to improve, and then you can recruit new members and grow. But there's no point in having a revolving door. I know that this may sound shocking to some people. Say, how can we be a president distinguished, medley distinguished, whatever clubs? Well, if you lose members and you refill yourself with members, you can still meet your goals. In fact, you're getting points for having 4 members and points for having extra 4 members. But your aim is not to lose members, which means that you have to recruit them very, very carefully, because you have to recruit members that fit your profile of club, and the members that do not meet, the candidate members that do not meet that profile of club, you should find them another club that they are more adapt for, and vice versa. The brand is not, oh, we do not serve the kind of McDonald's that you want. The brand means, oh, you want a club in Spanish, we will forward you to a club in Spanish. You want an in-presence club, we will forward you to an in-presence club. You want a club in a place where we don't have a club yet, we will inboard you in our club. As soon as we have enough number of members, we will create a club over there for you. Okay? The logic is a person that approaches Toastmasters should become a member of Toastmasters somewhere. Maybe that your club is not the best club for them, or vice versa. Maybe that they are not the best members for you. But the concept of quality on the club relies primarily on the matching on the club and the individual. And you can be medley, president, distinguished, whatever, and you could still be losing members. So this is one of my top hints for you. Do not lose members. Going back to the presentation mode, bear with me. Screen. You can tell I have a cold, so I'm thinking slowly. This is the full URL. You'll have that in the presentation. This is about membership strengths. Membership recognition. We said earlier that we should give the awards immediately, that we should praise people, that we should recognize people for what they do, that we should publicize every single thing that we do. The thing that I have some issues with is this DCP used for planning and recognition. Yes, you do use it for planning, but you don't tell people that they have to do your DCP goals or your task that you need for your club to achieve whatever in DCP, because that is not the mission of the club. The mission of the club is to serve the members. As a result of serving the members, you will automatically get the DCP points. Doing the right thing gets your cholesterol level, your sugar level, and your blood count to the right levels. It's about a healthy behaviors that will get you to the right results. Now, this is the DCP that we were talking a lot about, and we can go in detail into that. The first goals are educational. When I show you the screen with tick boxes, and when Ceci mentioned that earlier, she was figuring out what things have we done. Minimal aphoristic here, you always schedule first the lower speech available, then you go backwards from higher speed to lower speed. That is called Kanban, in just-in-time Japanese procedure for anybody who wants to microanalyze how to do an agenda, but it works. It works for the same reason that the Toyota just-in-time method works. So first priority is icebreakers, and after that, from higher order to lower order, and you will see that this begins to feel in this way, that you will begin to complete higher levels first. Most people think that we should complete first levels first. And no, what you want is to your club to be a funnel that pulls people through the funnel to achieve higher and higher levels of education. This is my personal heuristics, and they do work. Membership. It's great to have 4 new members and 4 new extra members, provided you don't lose them. You will get points for doing things like hiring members, like getting new members, but please don't get new members without understanding them first. Training. You being here and 4 of you being here gets 1 of the points for you. And doing the paperwork, which means paying people on paying use on time and collecting the officer list on time, also gets you another point. So let me go back to this thing. You're very quiet. I'm really concerned of how quiet you are. Bear with me here. Let's go back to here and share screen again. I wish I had a better system, but that's it.
George, you want interruptions?
Yeah, please do.
All right.
Please do, shout.
All right. All right. You were talking about some issues that took me to remember that you're talking about volunteer service.
Yes.
And there has to be a balance in the way you call the volunteers to assume the roles, and also in the facts that you've mentioned. I mean, there should be a balance. I don't think we can only do that, as Carlos said, not always very, how do you call it? There has to be some volunteer to retention and volunteer to be a leader and volunteer to the educational program. I don't know if I stated my question well, but you know what I mean.
I think I do, but please correct me if I don't. In any club, there are 2 or 3 kinds of members, and some of them are members who pay and become inactive and remain members for whatever reason they have. And if a part of a conversation between your VPM, your VP, and everybody who talks to them to figure out what they really want. You should know what they want at the time they join, and you should check periodically if their goals are being met. There are many people that remain in clubs for reasons that are quite obscure, but they remain, they support the club with their membership, and that's fine. Every single club has some of them. Then you have members who expect to be served. And those are the members who need to be explained that we are all volunteers and that we learn from each other by helping each other. And those are the members who typically say, I want to do a speech, and when do I have a speech? And they come to those meetings. And those are the members that the VP has to politely explain that they are expected to take service roles between that, because it's for them to learn the service role and learn new skills. If you are an A counter, you're perfecting your listening skills, you're perfecting the understanding of what constitutes a filler words or filler sound or similar things. You're a timer, you're perfecting your usage of time, you're asserting the usage of time, you're providing valuable feedback to people. There are many people who don't understand this concept of we serve each other and we help each other. There's a third kind of people who come to clubs, which are the so-called eternal guests. And those are the people who come to clubs while you serve them with table topics. And if a guest comes to the club and you give them a table topic, and the next time they come to the club and they give you a table topic, you are forgetting the mission of the club, which is to serve the members, not the guests. You serve the guests to the extent that they're credible potential members. And part of the brand promise is we're a very friendly organization, but we are supported by the members and we service the members. We are not a charitable organization that serves the public. And unfortunately, this is something that takes some time for some officers to understand. And the sooner that you understand, the sooner that you convert guests into members. I had one case in the UK of somebody who I said, look, dude, we're not going to give you any more table topics on this until you join, and this is for your own benefit. And he ended up being a UK champion of table topics as a member, because he learned a lot more than he was learning just by doing table topics, by doing all the educational program. He competed in table topics because that was what he wanted. The point I'm trying to make is the mission of the club is what should guide us. The mission of the club is to serve the members to achieve their goals and excellency in leadership and in communication skills. It's very easy to think that the goal of the club is to make the numbers. This is like a drug, okay? You like a blood test. You figure out your sugar level, you figure out if you met the goals, but this is not what drives your day-by-day activity. You do planning for that, and I used to plan 15 weeks ahead when I was doing this job many years ago. I'm now VP of Excalibur, of Firebirds, with the challenge of doing that again. We have 15 sessions open ahead, and we ask people for the next 15 weeks, when are you going to come and what roles do you want to do when? It's all about planning. It's less work if you do it ahead of time. There are versions of software that allow you to do this or not. It's a religious issue, which is software, but yeah.
George, I would like to say something in that regard, because you are showing us the dashboard that it shows us numbers.
Yeah.
See, numbers. But for the club, it is not numbers.
Exactly.
They are people. They are our members.
Yes.
So I created a chart, special chart, with all the names of our members, and I know where they are. And something most of our members ask me is, Norca, I don't know what project I have to do next. I don't know where I am. So I have everything in a big chart, and I started working with them one by one, guiding them to know where they are or what the project is coming for them. And I suggest about the project. This is something important. And something that I was taking notes about the roles.
Yeah.
The tools that we use in the club to motivate members to take a role is, we have at the end of the year the recognition program.
Yes.
Inside the recognition program for roles, I don't talking about the best speaker, the best evaluator, no. Roles, only roles. We have a recognition, we gave certificates for the performing roles, a counter, timer, table topics, Toastmaster of the day, and how we present this kind of recognition, the certificate. In ceremony, we explain the benefits that the roles they give us. So that's important. If we are not thinking, if we are not have these qualities, these benefits in our mind, we cannot motivate our people.
Yes.
Something that it is important is to keep motivated our members in order to have everything in order in our club. And remember, the goals, the objectives are members. And we have to motivate them to continue working for the benefit of our club. That's it.
I agree 100% with what you said. I mean, motivation is everything. And that's why I focus on meeting the members and doing what is right for the members, instead of focusing on what is right for the club as an aggregate. I have seen too many people focusing on meeting the club or the area or the division roles, division goals. And by doing that, jeopardizing the quality of the experience for the members. And that's why I started with the monkey. The monkey is, if you measure things just for the purpose of measuring and getting the blood results right, you're going to have a very unhealthy life, because you're going to be taking a lot of medicines to lower your blood sugar or to lower your cholesterol instead of having more exercise or having more fun in your daily life. The quality of the meetings, which was covered earlier by Cici, and the quality of the club depends on you fulfilling the goals of the members. The goals of the club will be done automatically. The only criticism I have on the goals that Toastmasters have is that they don't measure retention, which I think is a prerequisite of growing, because you can grow after you consolidated something. Vicky, you want to speak? Go ahead.
Thank you, George. I would like to share with you just my point of view and vision about something about motivation, something about DCP. I think that the best way, this is what I feel, this is my feelings, how I feel, why I'm motivated to go forward with pathways and complete projects, because I think that it's important to have win-win situation. So on one side, this is DCP with, I mean, club with DCP goals. Yeah. On the other hand, this is personal goals of each member. Yeah. So, and how I feel this process. Yes, this is just recently happened. Yeah, when we are closing the DCP here in June the 30th. Yeah. So I felt that I wanted to go forward quickly. That's why, and at the same time, on the other hand, for club, it was necessary to have more members who closed specific level, yeah? So first level. Yeah. So in that moment, I saw possibility to have win-win situation. It was win-win situation for me to go forward quickly and achieve my knowledge and develop my skills to close my, so by closing the first level. On the other hand, for club, it was possibility to achieve another 1+1 point, yeah? So, and I think that this method win-win situation helps helps to club to achieve to have good results in DCP. On the other hand, I'm also as a member, I'm satisfied because I understand that I'm planning. I wanted to go forward quickly because I see how this or that skill which I'm developing has real impact, has real influence on my real life.
Yes.
I'm starting and I'm doing this. I'm talking as a member, yeah. I'm starting, I'm doing this and developing my skills, not because just to have these skills, not because just to have this position, but because developing these skills in frames of Toastmaster gives me a possibility to be productive in my business, in my private life, in society. So when I feel this real impact, real influence of everything what we're doing in frames in Toastmaster, that everything what we're doing are giving me results in real, let's say in real life, yeah, yeah, outside club. So that's why I'm here today, because that's why I see reasons why I'm doing this and that in our club.
My point, Vicky, is exactly what you said in different words. By you doing what is best for you as a member, you achieve the club result automatically. So what you call a win-win, I call a byproduct. The problem of win-win is that a VP may think that what is good for the club is good also for you. And the relationship should be backwards. What's good for you is good for the club too. It's very easy to be tempted to do it the other way around. Now, the clubs that I've been working with, they're always at the top of the rank, and the areas at the top of the rank, and the districts are at the top of the rank. So we get the results automatically by doing the right things right. And what I'm focusing this session, And to some extent, what we're trying to do in this new district is to serving the community and the members that we have. And by doing this, we will achieve the results. But we are not saying we will tell whoever in Toastmasters that we're going to meet these goals. We're going to meet them and way over the expectations. I was an area director once in London. I was given some targets. I achieved 250% of the targets. Then the next year, 225% of the targets. Not 108% to get distinguished. If you get 8% extra, you get distinguished, okay? Select distinguished or present distinguished. We're getting double the result. We're getting stupidly huge numbers in quality, in excellence, in retention, in everything. Why? Because we're focusing on doing the right things. We're microanalyzing things and saying, how can I serve this member better? How can I make a guest to feel comfortable doing something? How can I put an experienced guest, an experienced member before a guest so that they do a table topic and they feel comfortable doing what the guy did, what the other guy did before, and they are copying a very experienced Toastmaster and they just learning by doing. So what I'm trying to say, and I apologize for making so much emphasis on this, is the numbers are the result of a healthy behavior. If you focus on the numbers, you will get the results and you will jeopardize next year in the club. You have clubs that are present, distinguished, medal distinguished, whatever level you want, and the next year they implode. So you are in the business of creating sustainable growth, and sustainable growth is based on quality, not on numbers. The numbers grow because when you become the best club in the district, people want to join your club. Why do people want to join Firebirds? Because Firebirds is recognized as one of the best clubs in the planet. It's not just because it was the first advanced online club, but it's one of the best clubs in the planet. Why do people want to go to Excalibur in the UK? Because they're the top advanced club in the UK, and so on. I mean, those are names that create their own brand recognition. You go to Early Birds in the UK and it's, wow, the queue to get into Early Birds is 1.5 years to be from guest to member. If you want to get to that club, and probably you will join other clubs and learn experience, and by the time you get to a second or third level, then you're admitted to be there. Why? Because you build a culture of excellence, and a culture, this is the best place when you can learn that. I earn my DTMs, one on Early Birds and one at Excalibur, and I know the difference. And what I said when I was asked to do this session is, I'm going to do practical things. We're going to cover every single slide that you want, but this is how you get things in true excellence and true quality. You get the number as a byproduct.
George, there are 3 questions, just FYI.
Yes.
There are several people with their hands up.
Yeah. Janet?
Yes, talking about the chart and the numbers and the members, we need to be aware that the work that mentors need to do is essential, because we don't want only numbers and recognition because we achieve the numbers. We need members that really achieve the goals of each project. And that is going to make the difference on any of the clubs, because you can say you are DTM, but are you really showing you are a DTM by the time you speak? That's the important. That is something important that I could realize in sometimes in the club, because some of the members of the board were worried about achieving the numbers, but I could see that some of the members didn't achieve the goals. So it's important to work on both things. Okay, go to the numbers and also go to excellent speakers.
You first need to focus on quality. A clarification. The Toastmaster experiential learning means that you are asked to do the best that you can. That's part of the Toastmaster promise in every single every single task that you do and to prepare to your best of your abilities. There's no pass or fail. You cannot ask a member to repeat a project because you don't think it's okay. So if you think that that was not enough, tough. Your opinion is very valuable, but you cannot ask a member to redo something. The only thing that you can do is to ask them to do to the best of their abilities. Now, there's a conversation to be had with the mentor on how they can improve the best of their abilities and how they can really learn as opposed to tick box, okay? There are people who say, I do a speech in every online club and I achieve DTM in 6 months. Yeah, you could do that. There are people who compete how fast they can complete a DTM. This is like people collecting football cards or baseball cards or a collection. There are people who collect stuff. What you want here is to mentor people who are growing themselves and who are going to be a better service to the community and to themselves. So yes, I do not condone people doing things in a way that is insufficient, but the goal of Toastmasters is to do to the best of their abilities, and there's no pass or fail. The Toastmaster doesn't have a mark that you have to achieve this level of excellence, and below that you have to repeat a project. In fact, it's forbidden to ask somebody to repeat a project. You cannot ask anybody to repeat a project. Yes, Cece, go ahead. Sorry.
You know what? This could just turn into an all afternoon session because George and I have some different views.
Good. Love that.
You know what? The thing I love about Toastmasters is that we can discuss this. So about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, you said something, I put up my hand, but I won't comment on that. But what you just said is, I believe I would be doing a member a disservice if they gave me their evaluation sheet and they were supposed to meet a particular objective. And I'll give you a perfect example. There was an area director who was supposed to be doing a level 2 speech in Pathways, which those speeches are always about your leadership style, your communication style, something like that. She gave a leadership speech and made up a leadership style. Now, this is an area director. I was her evaluator. I told her, I'm sorry, you did not meet the objectives of the speech, because I could tell from the way she delivered the speech, she had not read the material. She had not done it. Would I have been serving her if I told her, oh, that was a great speech? It wasn't. It was a BS speech, and she did not meet the objectives. So yes, I am a 4-time DTM, getting ready to file my 5th DTM paperwork. Yes, I told her in front of God and everybody, specifically because she was an area director, she had not met the requirements or the purpose of that speech, and that I recommended that she do it over. Now, who's going to tell me no? Who's going to tell me no? Because I know Pathways inside and out. She did not do it. And she was in leadership. She didn't follow the integrity. So.
Well, that's a separate discussion. The discussion that you're making is about integrity and about intent, okay?
All right.
They did not intend to do the best they could. We have a problem of integrity, not an educational problem.
Okay, all right, all right.
That's the first point. The second point, in an evaluation, you're giving your best opinion on what was done. You're not giving an opinion on her or him. You're giving an opinion on it, the performance of the day. We evaluate the performance of the day for the benefit of everybody, okay? Now, using the sandwich method, you can easily say, we all hear this, we all saw that, this was done great, this was done great. A better result could have been achieved by doing X, Y, Z, and W, and all the alphabet, okay? Now, I particularly don't like shaming people in public because I don't like myself being shamed in public, and I don't think it's fair. And I think that you can be as harsh as needed in private.
Okay.
I am convinced, and I am happy to be wrong, and I'll buy you dinner if I'm wrong. That's not the problem. I believe that you cannot request somebody to redo a project. You can tell them to learn from the fact that they did not meet the objectives, but you cannot ask them to redo a project. That's my understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected.
I'd like to see that in writing from on the Toastmaster website. But so that is the perfect thing in situations like this, is that when you just disagree on protocol, Toastmasters has it in writing on the website. So I will definitely go and check that out. And I'll be happy to be corrected. So thank you, George. I learned something new today.
Either way, we all learn. Carlos, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I love the conversation for only one reason. Could you tell me what value stands first in Toastmasters? Definitely, it comes with an eye of integrity.
Yes.
And in this provisional district, what we are making sure is that we command that and we work in every single direction. Why? Because this is going to strengthen all the clubs. If I attend the club that I see that is no learning, or the values are just written in the word or in a beautiful logo and a beautiful banner, but I don't see them when they walk the talk, I tell you, moments of truth, retention, quality, club mission, I don't buy that. And so it is true that selecting the members that are appropriate for the club will avoid this. So I agree with you, George, in that segmentation is a must. Not everybody likes the same evaluation, and some clubs like rewards, some others feel affected that you're giving me a reward for what I'm doing right. What is my level of integrity? We must be very careful, right? Not everybody likes to receive the carrot for something they are supposed to do based on the core values. Thank you.
Janet also had the hands up.
Yes, I want to clarify that my point of discussion was to work on the excellence of each one of the members, okay? And that we need not only to show numbers, but also members that are achieving the objectives. If you do that during the session in a very kind way, perfect. If you can do that as a mentor, or you can do that as any of the positions on the board we can have, it's okay. But we need to work on having these members work hardly to be always the best. So our Toastmasters international phrase says, where leaders are made. Yes. So it's important the selection, but also we can work hardly on those that are not that good in this communication and leadership program. Thanks.
I will comment on that because it touches me very deeply. I coach people who have extremely high IQ and extremely low IQ. I coach autistic people who are savants, and I coach the other end too. To some people, you say, speak to the nose and count how many noses you're speaking to, so that they feel less threatened to speaking to a face because they have eye contact issues. I was autistic myself. I'm autistic myself. I recovered a lot of things, but I'm autistic myself. You never know, you're starting from the ground level, you never know from what underground parking level they started, okay? So you don't know how much they have grown or not. And Toastmaster is a growth path. So You can be 27 DTMs because you started many years ago and you're doing the project, and over and over and over, you're refining, and each time getting less bad at something or better at something. I did the DTM twice, not because I wanted to collect DTMs, but because I felt that once enough was not good enough for me, because I started from -5, not from ground floor, okay? Diversity, equity, and inclusion means that we should accommodate different learning styles. There are people who do not learn the first time that you tell them this is not the right way of doing something. Now, the Toastmaster program requires you on an integrity basis to do the best that you can. If somebody doesn't do the best that you have, then you have a different problem. Is this person an integer member of this club? And is this club prepared to have that kind of behavior or that kind of lack of integrity? And that's a complete separate issue from an educational issue. The person who says, I'm going to wing this and do this in this particular way without preparing that properly, that's an integrity problem. It's not a quality issue, it's an integrity issue. It's not an excellence issue if somebody doesn't prepare a speech. If they aim to wing it and they couldn't wing it, tough, they have an integrity issue, okay? So we agree on that piece. The solution to that problem is different than saying we have a quality issue because the person made or didn't meet the objective. My problem is they didn't aim to meet the objective. If they didn't aim to meet the objective, you could go all the way to expel them from the club, to vote them out. Guy, if you're not prepared to abide by the club standards in terms of integrity, you're out, because we cannot afford to have people that try anything less than their best. Okay, so I see you nodding, Cici. I think that we're in violent agreement on that. The issue is how you do the steps and how you orchestrate that. Toastmaster is an experiential learning. It means that people have to try to do their best. And we cannot judge, in my view, if something is good enough in absolute terms. We can have an opinion, okay? I study economy. In economic terms, if you're a CPA, which I'm not, but in certain cases you say, in my considered opinion, with information I have, my professional opinion is that, or my best opinion is that. It's not about truth. It's about what is your best opinion. Now, an evaluation is not just for them. Evaluation is for everybody. We are evaluating a performance made by somebody who volunteered that performance to be evaluated for the benefit of everybody else. Now, I see the yellow. I think we had enough. We are going to continue this offline a lot.
I know, George, I could just talk to you forever. Can I just say one other thing, and I'll make this very quick.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. I agree with you. But in certain situations, I feel that it's appropriate to ask people to do things over. I had somebody who applied for their DTM. They put in their DTM application. I was reviewing it. I looked at the part where it said, did they do a speech craft or a youth leadership? And I don't remember them doing one. So I said, tell me about your speech craft. How did you do it? They said, I did one speech. I called it speech craft. That was my speech craft.
Well, that's an integrity problem. It's not a quality issue.
I had to tell them no.
Yeah, on integrity.
So I got you. My issues are integrity, not quality. Thank you so much for that clarification. Thank you.
The goal is to aim for excellence. If you don't aim for excellence, you don't have integrity. You don't have an excellence problem. You have an integrity problem if you don't aim to. That's my view. Again, we are out of time. I see the yellow light. We covered a lot of subjects. You have a lot more interesting and more detailed stuff coming. So please take it ahead. Billy, where are you? Billy.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, George. And thank you everyone for participating in that section. We really learned a lot, and it's really good to be able to discuss things that maybe we don't 100% agree on, But this is the great forum for us to grow and to learn. So that spirited discussion was definitely an education for all of us. George presented a lot of valuable material to all of us, and we learned a lot from his stories as well as the details that he showed. This has been so far the first half of the meeting, and it's been super exciting. We've learned a lot. I'm just trying to let everyone know that we will have a 5-minute, everyone look at your watch or your clock on your computer, 5-minute break. So if you need to use the restroom or you want to get a drink, this is a perfect time to do it. But please come back at the top of the hour. We're in different time zones, so I'm saying the top of the hour. Enjoy your break. I'll see you in 4 minutes.
Oh my goodness, George, I could talk to you forever. Oh my goodness, you are so fascinating. Monica, this was a good group that you put together. Thank you.
Cece, remember to share the link of the agenda.
Yes, if you come to my you know what? Let me put it in there. I'll do it right now because I just got the information from Dr. Susan. Hey, Victor. This is so nice to see old friends.
Yes, I'm so pleased to know that you were here. I saw your name. I said, oh, this is all over the world. That's amazing. I'm sorry I came a little late. I just left work. I got a little bit more than I expected, but I'm here and it's very nice. And thank you for your presentation, George. Very interesting. You have a nice projection. You mean what you say. And as usual, there's other points of view, but we're here to learn from each other.
So, George, there was a situation, and so kind of what I do is a lot of, excuse me, troubleshooting in our district. Hang on one second. There's a lot of troubleshooting in our district. I love statistics. I love the reports. Why are things happening? So when you talked about serving our members, there was a situation where a VPM took the stance that they are this is a volunteer organization, right? Yeah. And so they can kind of like, if they do stuff, hey, well, what happened? One of their club members, one at the club level, one at the area level, one at the division level, got to the district level and got disqualified for the international speech contest. Now, why did they get disqualified? Because at the club level, they didn't have, the membership fell down. Their membership fell below the threshold.
Yeah.
Nobody caught it until it got to the district level. The person actually competed and then was told that they, you know. So my thing is, yeah, you might act like it's, you're holding somebody's hopes and dreams in the palm of your hand. Yep. And how can you say at that point, oh, I'm just a volunteer, my bad? I'm like, that's a pretty big, my bad, you know what I mean? Like, oh, and I hate when people say that this is a volunteer organization, and so maybe we don't have to do as much or provide the level of excellence.
I'm going to give you an answer that will displease a lot of people and will please a lot of people. I hope that you're in the camp that are pleased. We are unpaid volunteers and we are amateurs because we don't charge for what you do. But the difference between being amateur, because it comes from love, okay, from amor, okay, from amor in Latin, is that we're not amateurish. We don't think in a lousy way. We do think at the professional standard, even if we're not paid for that. So as a volunteer, I do my best for free.
It's
The
time.
making me a volunteer makes me not charge for what I'm doing.
Excellent. Thank you,
But-
George. We're now beginning the next part of the meeting. Thank you, our Zoom master. And our Zoom master put something that's really super helpful in. If you can, please turn on your video, because it is slightly better experience and you'll notice it yourself. If you're actually showing your video, it makes you feel more connected to the people here and it adds to the interaction. So if you can, please turn on your video. Thank you, Monica, our Zoom master. Really wonderful advice. And she's also our timekeeper. And that's the most important thing. We want to respect each other's time. We have a lot of valuable information to share, but we want to keep the meeting rolling. And on that note, what I'd like to do is begin that next section. And this section is where we're going to have someone discuss club success plans. It's going to be David Gadalish. And David Gadalish is an area director of Area 61 for District 123 in Toronto. David is a seasoned technical trainer with over 23 years of experience in the field. He has conducted training sessions on various computer networks, topics across various locations worldwide. David is widely recognized for his expertise and dedication in delivering comprehensive training programs that equip professionals with the necessary skills to excel in their roles. In addition to his professional achievements, David is an active member of Toastmasters International. He currently serves as area director for District 123 in Toronto, as well as serving as the VP of Education for Toastmasters in Toronto. Thank you. David's commitment to personal growth is reflected in his completion of his pathways in dynamic leadership and presentation mastery, and he received the Triple Crown for achieving 3-level completions in 1 year. Outside of his profession and Toastmaster engagement, believe this or not, David enjoys his hobbies of magic and tennis playing. What an interesting character. David, please take it away. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Billy. I left a file on the chat that you are going to need eventually, which is the club success plan. So please let me know if you received it or not. Just a couple of hands. Okay, great. I'm going to try to share the screen here and begin the process. And before I do that, if you ever watch Fox 5 or CNN.com, or CNN rather, you would notice that the CNN presenter would talk about the story and set up the story, and then all of a sudden asks experts for their opinion. So you are all experts, and be ready. I will call upon you. You will not know that I'm going to call upon you. So that way you can participate and also be in a more interactive method of participating in the presentation. Have you ever actually planned for something? And how was the results? For some of us, planning is daunting. It's annoying. It causes so much pressure and pain. Others, we thrive in it. And in reality, after all of this planning, sometimes it doesn't work out. Actually, most of the times it doesn't work out. And the results are devastating for some. So when we ask you to do a club success plan, it is supposed to be as a guide to help you focus on things to do in your club for a quality club to occur for that year. It's not like you have to do this, and if you don't, you're going to lose money. Or if you don't do this, you're going to lose DCP points. All of it is designed to help you focus on what to do in the particular year. The key to making sure that the club success plan is filled out and sent to the area directors on time is not to do it alone. The moment you decide to take up on the task of doing a club success plan, and you're going to realize, I don't think I'm going to do it. So you have to actually come up with a team and encourage. This is one of the ways, a little sneaky trick on engaging your members into participating in the club. So with that in mind, let me share some key points of the club success plan. And I encourage you to open up that PDF file and follow along with me. And we're going to be using that in a few minutes as well. Okay, let me know if you see the screen. Okay. All right, good. Got some hands up, right? Okay. So I got the my screens on another, my pictures on another screen, so I should be able to see hopefully any hands up or if you have any questions. So when you come up with the club success plan, it brings together everything about having a quality club. It touches on the DCP concepts. It touches on delivering quality in both education and leadership, and it touches on a lot of features. That's why you need to have multiple members involved in this. It cannot just be the VP of Education or the president. In our goals today, we're going to look at the elements of the club success plan, and then we're going to give you a chance to try out filling out the club success scenarios based on very specific situations. The ones that are common and the ones that cause a lot of pain to a lot of members trying to fill out the club success plan. So in the elements of the club success plan, we have 5 major categories. The first one is committee values, education goals, membership goals, training goals, and administration goals. And if you're familiar with the DCP, you would know that some of those words in here are familiar and similar, because they are. The better club success plan you have, the better chances of a quality club. And that's the key. As our last, I've totally forgot it. I apologize, our last speaker's name. But when you focus on a quality club, the numbers will come into play. So focusing on a plan that will make the club better will ultimately help you achieve your DCP status. Let's take a look at committee values. This should be one of the first pages that you see in the PDF file that I've given out. Here you'll notice in this PDF, there's a whole various number of questions that they need to be answered. Now, again, we should be sitting together in a club executive meeting and figuring out these answers. If you want to, you can give a particular section to, for example, the VP of Ed or a VP of Membership, but it should not be done alone. When it comes to club executive committee values, what do you feel is important? What should you focus on as a club committee or executive committee? More importantly, how do you handle situations? How will decisions be made? How will you resolve the differences? Are we going to have discussions? We're going to have arguments? Are we going to have many different scenarios? Are we going to have a classic Lincoln Douglas debate? Whatever the case is, we need to write down how we're going to resolve it. So when we do encounter this problem, we can always go back to our success plan and says, oh, we said we're going to resolve the issues this way. Let's go ahead and do that. How will the club executive be held accountable for its responsibilities? Yes, we're volunteers, but we're also professionals. How are we going to be held accountable? And who is going to help us hold ourselves accountable? And what will happen when we don't? All of these things play a role in the committee values. The next most important part also is member engagement. When was the last time the club conducted Moments of Truth? Moments of Truth is a very important tool that allows us to figure out, how do we service our club? What are the needs the club needs? What are we doing well and what we're not? How motivated are members to attend the club meetings? How motivated are they to sign up for roles? Now, of course, we can experience this already, and I've already heard it a lot, where most of us have problems filling in the club roles or getting speeches done. All right, so if that's a problem, as a club executive, how can we solve that? The key here is, if you look at scores less than 2, to focus in on what to do next. And what strategies your club used to take on those roles. Melissa is going to tell us one strategy she had when she had to deal with members not attending a club meeting. Melissa, are you ready? You're the CNN expert for today. One of the CNN experts. I can't see your pictures on there, so I'm hoping that you're on there. Or if there are multiple Melissas, the first Melissa who's brave enough to answer. I should have wrote down the last names. Is Melissa out there?
David, I can jump.
Yeah, thank you.
Answer that. It's Ana Marie from Toastmasters.com. Well, in the case that the members doesn't assist, it's nothing better than to contact them in person, not in the group, in the chat, WhatsApp, or in the messenger group. It's better if you can call them or send them a message if it's a busy person, and try to engage them to see what is going on in their life and how can we help them to reconnect to the team.
That is perfect. And thank you so much for jumping in. I think I see it as Anne, as your name on the tag. And thank you so much for chiming in with that. And I tell you what, I'm going to ask you a very simple question. You don't have to answer it. Answer it to yourself. The last 5 minutes, or let's say the last day or 2 days, how many of us actually responded to some of the text messages and emails we received? Okay. If you notice, maybe some of us will say, oh man, the messages from this person, no, I don't feel like responding today, right? I'm just going to wait. And you know what? Sometimes we respond again and all of a sudden we're not responding, okay? So many of us think as leaders, putting a message in a text or an email will suffice and say, this is going to be acceptable. And if they don't do anything, then it's their problem. And they don't respond, it's their problem, so on and so forth. So I want you to do what Ann does. Pick up the phone and call. Find out what's going on. There's always a reason. There's always something. The fact that you're calling them shows that you're genuinely caring for their well-being and their health, as far as being a member or just figuring out what's going on. So one of the things that I challenge you with today is to pick up the phone and call your members. Make sure you have discussions with them. Make sure you figure out what's going on. And more importantly, because some people really hate this, don't give suggestions. Just listen. And if they want suggestions, you can give it to them. Because many people are turned off when you automatically say, yeah, you should do this, you should do that. But if you become a better listener and figure out what's going on, sometimes you just need somebody to talk to. So it's very important in member engagement. And if you're having problems in member engagement, is to be able to communicate with your members. An email or a text message on chat or on or WhatsApp is not sufficient to be able to figure out what's going on. Well, thanks, Anne, for that response. Moving forward with the success plan. This is the one, of course, that everyone believes that the VP of Education is responsible for. Everybody says, all right, VP of Ed, how are we going to meet level 1? How are we going to meet level 2, 3, 4, and 5, and so on and so forth? Where are we going to do this, right? And then all of a sudden, you're right, we're going to start worrying about goals 1 through 6 on April or May of the year we're closing out. The VP of Ed guides this section. The VP of Ed is responsible for helping figuring out where level 1, 2, 3, and 4 is. You plan, you're going to say, let's have a growth. I know that a particular member is close to achieving level 3. So let's guide that member in how to achieve level 2. Then he will achieve level 3, and who knows, maybe level 4. So you have to have that thinking in the plan. Victor has some experience in that, and he's going to help us figure out how he can convince members to go on pathways and finish levels. Victor?
Thank you very much, David. Really interesting presentation. What I usually do is have a private conversation with each member and find out what's happening. Sometimes they lose interest because they don't get recognized. They make an effort and nobody says anything. Sometimes they are just looking for something else. But it's important to remind them why we joined Toastmasters. You will develop your speaking skills, and this will help you to do. Besides, you're going to gain confidence. You gain confidence, you own the world, because you will be confident. By presenting your speeches, you are not only helping the club, but you are helping yourself. Let me know what I can do. You need another mentor, or you need something. We're here to help you. But it is important that you put some effort into it, because that's how you obtain the goals. Back to you, David.
Thank you, Victor. You are definitely an expert on this, and thank you so much for your help with realizing that you have to talk to them, and encourage them, say, great job. Yes, you're right. Sometimes members are jaded because they just finished the speech of their life and nobody acknowledged it. So you have to be able to, again, you notice there's going to be a theme here. How do we become a successful club? We communicate with our members, not by chat, not by email, but using our best skill that we have, talking, and more importantly, listening. When we look at the additional questions and the education goals, we also have strategies and tactics. This is where everybody thinks that they are the expert and master and say, we will do it this way and we are going to get results. We will do it, and if we don't do it this way, things will happen. So when we talk about strategies, what we need to really figure out is what's stopping us. What's the pain points? Well, I'm sorry, if you don't do a moments of truth, you can't figure out the pain points. You have to actually combine multiple features and tools to get a quality club. It's not just one thing. And if you do that, you'll have a quality club. It's a various level of things that will provide you with a quality club. Figure out, are they actually participating in pathways? Pathways is the only way that we can get credit that shows up on Toastmasters International. Are we promoting pathways? Do we have ways of promoting pathways? Billy is going to tell us how we promote pathways in his clubs in his area. Billy, do you have your opportunity to participate?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
First of all, what we wind up doing is when we have a new member who joins the club, we ask the member if they would like to be assigned a mentor. And then we give them a list of several experienced mentors in that club. This gives the new member the ability to select their mentor. Usually they've had a chance to hear their mentor speak at 1 or 2 meetings before they've joined. And at that point, the mentor works with that new member and makes sure that they have a level of comfort with pathways. They talk to them about the importance of it, and they walk them through signing in and delivering their first couple speeches. Ensuring that when they complete their icebreaker, that they go in and they click the appropriate buttons so that Pathways identifies that that speech has been completed. By using this tool and by listening to the videos and doing the different steps along in that process, the new member becomes accustomed to using pathways. This is for them how they move forward speech by speech. So that is one of the biggest advantages of a new member. For a seasoned member, we frequently encourage them to use pathways with each one of their speeches. And periodically, we ask a member to give instructions on how to use pathways. Because sometimes members are really comfortable with the old books and they're not used to using pathways, and they really don't understand all the value that you get out of pathways. There are videos and there are many different interactive screens that can really help the member, the seasoned member, achieve a skill that maybe they had before and now it's more advanced. So it's a couple different ways. It's always encouraging people to focus when they're giving a speech, what path it is and what level and what speech it is. And then when we have new members, making sure they start on the right foot, working with their mentor to make sure that pathways just becomes how they move through Toastmasters. Back to you, David.
Thank you so much, Billy. I truly love the fact that you are starting the member off at the right foot, making sure that there's a mentor. And I'll tell you what, personally, finding mentors are always very difficult. So that is one thing that we're going to have a challenge with. But either way, when I had a mentor starting, I was able to complete my pathways and excel in my Toastmasters because somebody guided me through it. Again, it's that individual or that personal relationship that you're establishing with the members. So again, thank you very much for that, because it really helps us focus in on the fact that as leaders, we're not here just to funnel paperwork or delegate tasks to people. We're supposed to communicate and be there in the trenches with them so they know that if there's something wrong and something is bothering them, they can run to their leader and get an answer. So excellent job with that, and in regarding to education engagement. And now we have the membership goals. Now, in our club success plan, we are told that, of course, we should have a addition of 4 members and 4+. That's our goal. And everybody says, okay, I'm going to take what I have right now in July, and I'm just going to add 8 more to it and say, that's my goal. Right? And I says, wait a minute, that's just, okay, that's a number, fine. You can put it in there to work on it. But also, again, is to make sure that what you started with stay there. Right? How do we make sure we keep the members that we have and make sure they renew and make sure they are participating and active in there? Janet has experience with this a lot, and we're looking forward to hearing Janet on how do we keep our current members motivated so that they can renew and we can keep our numbers up. Where's Janet?
Yes. Me, maybe. I don't know if you have two Janets.
Yeah, I know there's multiple Janets. I lessons learned, I have to write the full name.
Okay. In order to keep our members motivated, well, you have several strategies. And one of the most important things, I need to go a little bit back on the last question, is that apart from motivating them, you need to show them how to enter to pathways, because if they don't know how to remove the pop-up, and also they don't know how to enter to Basecamp, it will not work, even though I tell them it's the best thing to go on this program, on this educational program. So apart from taking that problem solved for the members, is that now we are having the opportunity not only to grow as a club, but to grow as a district. And yes, I can show them the difference between having just a club where you can have the top position you can have is being the president of the club, like being the president of an institution. But you, by following all these steps, going on all the levels and pathways, you can also go out of the club to be part of the board of directors in the district. And also you can go not only as a president of a club, but like a CEO. And like a CEO, you are going to have the international connection, and also not only for Toastmaster, but all the career or the professions you are and your personal development, you are going to learn a lot, and you are going to grow as a leader, as a communicator, in your family also, and all the places you are going to participate. So I will encourage them that with this, they will go through more than the sky in order to grow as a person, as a professional, and as a citizen of the world. So the motivation that I will also give them to stay is that they are going to have the opportunity to be part on contests, national or international contests.
Mhm.
And this is the biggest step to for them, no, to participate in an environment that will test all of the objectives they will find or found in the different pathways that they can follow. So I believe this sky of activities and positions you can have that will be an important feedback to you, will help them to understand how important it is to belong at Toastmasters.
Thank you so much for your response with that. And I think you highlighted one very clear thing that is important to keep members active and stay involved. Expand their horizons. Go further and take risks. Go beyond your club and go into other places. So thank you so much for your expert opinion. I have somebody's hand up. Do I see it as Norika? You're still on mute. Yeah. there you go.
Norca?
Yeah. No,
Norca?
I saw your hand up, so that's why I'm sorry. I don't know. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, my name is Norca. Well,
Sorry. Yeah.
something that for me it is so important, membership. Maybe because we are only few members in our club and we are worried about that. So something for me that it would be the best strategy is to have quality meetings, engaging meetings, so they are continue participating in our club, in our sessions, weekly sessions. Another thing is to make our members participate actively in the program, because since the program by itself, the roles, speakers, evaluators, or whatever roles they choose, they can realize that that is the way that they can see how much they are growing. And it is important because being part of Toastmasters is not only for work in a Toastmasters club, is to work in another areas during your life. It's for your life. It's not only for work, it's not only for Toastmasters, it's your life, personal life. That's it. So
Thank you so
motivate
much.
people.
Thank you, Norika.
You're welcome.
Norika. I tell you what, there's something very important to mention here. The skills that you learned from Toastmasters can be transferred into your personal and professional life and end up being paid more than you were before you joined the club. So when one asks you, why do you volunteer? Or what are you doing? That says, no, you know what? I might not get paid right now, but my bonus is in my job and my personal life. That's how I get paid. So when you really realize this, like, when people argue like, oh, how can you do a volunteer job? What's wrong with you? Or why do you need to, why put, a lot of work in your volunteer job? It's because the work that I put in here results in money and opportunities and in my professional and personal life. So when somebody challenges you, why are you a volunteer and spending all this time in becoming a club or becoming an executive or so on and so forth, that says, well, the skills that I learn here translates into success in my professional and personal life. They can't answer that. And I always joke around, especially in Canada, and I'm not sure it is in other countries, but the skills and concepts that I learned from Toastmasters cannot be taxed. So you're getting tax-free education and opportunities to then therefore make more money. And of course, you'll get more taxed, but you'll get more professional and more personal experience. So thank you for your feedback so far with this discussion. So when you write the answers down for strategies and tactics, don't use the generic answers like, we will advertise on LinkedIn more, we will do this, we'll do that. No, what you want to do is say, how can I make the club more successful by servicing my members? How can I be there for the club? And again, when you take care of the club will take care of you, right? So when you're taking care of the members, they're going to take care of you. How can you be there for the members? That's what you should put in strategies and tactics, not put yourself on more LinkedIn or Instagram websites. So you have to also in there consider, how can I make my club meeting dynamic and interesting to the point where I say, I gotta attend this meeting on my free time. That's really what we're doing. We're asking people to take their time away, which we know time is precious, and spend it with another group. We need to make it valuable and worthwhile. This one is easy. Attend these sessions. All you need to do is just document it so that we know, we can trace and we can figure out. So the club officer training progress is important. Which officers will attend the training? And remember, we have 2 rounds, round 1 and round 2, and write it down. That's all you're doing. Now, as far as the strategies and tactics is going to be concerned, Alexander McCree is going to help us figure out how to make sure our club members actually go to training. Alexander, take it away.
Alexander McCrae. Thank you, George, for that question. See, I have this big baseball bat, and I take it to the club, and I wheeled it over the heads of everybody who are officers and said, this is the way it goes. If you do, you will be spared the discomfort of this bat. Well, I'm just kidding, right? That's not the proper approach. One of the things that I do in one of the clubs that I'm a member of, I'm actually the member of 3 clubs. And one club, they are so advanced in everything that they do that I copy some of the information they provide and pass it on to the other 2 clubs. Visiting, being a part of your the leadership role is a responsibility. One of those responsibilities is primarily to attend TLI where you can be trained. We need to understand that the leadership role is not just a role to be filled, but there are actions associated with that role that we have to carry out. And so we have meetings and discuss why it is important to get additional education as an officer, rather than just being told by the previous guy, hey, this is the way you do it. We have meetings, we have constant, I follow up with members because I'm the VP of membership in this particular club. Follow up with them, I send them quotations on leadership skills, I encourage them with health information, and I develop a repertoire, a relationship with the members. And so in many instances, if I am doing it, they want to do it also. So this relationship is very important that we develop to encourage our members to participate not only in TLI, but all the activities that we have in our Toastmasters experience. David.
Thank you so much for that expert response. And I want to highlight one thing that's very important as leaders that we need to do. We can't just expect to tell our members, do this, do that. We have to lead by example. The successful leaders are leaders who are in the trenches. The successful leaders are the ones that people can run to and get help when times are rough. The higher you up, the more important that role is. Think of your personal or professional jobs and think how difficult it is to talk to your president of the company. Have you ever walked into an executive suite and felt, I should not be here? And then we wonder, and the executives ask, why are we not engaged with the members? We have so many blockages. We have so many things stopping us from communicating and being part of the group that we're leading. Let's break those obstacles. And we're going to do that by encouraging members and being there in the trenches, being there for them. When it asks for strategies and tactics, what are we going to put in here? I mean, we can put the default statement saying, we'll motivate them. Okay, how? How are you going to motivate your members? When you answer strategies and tactics for all of these questions, the thing that you need to put in here is very simple. How are you going to do it? Not what are you going to do? For me, there's a difference between how are you going to do it and what are you going to do. The best way to answer these tactics is how you're going to do it. So many people is like, increase membership. Okay, put yourself on LinkedIn. How? How are you going to do that? You're going to say members are going to be part of the club, or the club officers are going to go training twice a month. How? Well, we're going to give them the calendar dates. We're going to tell them where things are, so on and so forth. So don't answer your strategies and techniques with what answers. Answer with them with how. You'll see a big difference in your planning and your response to your members. I think I have a hands up, Victoria.
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah.
David. I wanted to leave a comment, something, yeah. So this is my personal point of view about motivation. I think that answering your question, I think your questions are super right. How and what, yeah. So this about strategical. One question is about strategy. Another one question is about tactic. So what about how? My personal point of view that here are two motivation reasons, let's say. So how? One motivation reason is have fun. So right here, right now. And second is benefits in future. So, and according to, and when we're asking members for feedback, we understand if they would like, somebody would like to have fun and would like to achieve some benefits in future, like for example, diploma, like a letter from the president, yeah, to show to boss, yeah. But somebody would like to just to have fun, maybe not enough fun in life of this member, yeah. But somebody would like exactly to achieve to go to work a lot and to study a lot and achieve benefits in future. So people are so different. And what exactly motivates this or that person? This we can find out by asking them, by receiving feedback. So they want to have fun right now, or they want to achieve benefits in the future, or this and that. Personally, this is about, what about answering question how? What about answering question what exactly we have to do? This is about choosing specific tools for motivating and for satisfying that way of motivation, which works exactly for this or that person. So this is not about exactly, I agree with you. You are telling the right thing, that this is not about how many publications, oh, let's publish 500 publications in LinkedIn. It will not work if we know for sure that our members, they are not waiting, they're not waiting for 500 publications in LinkedIn. That's why it is called communication. And communication, what it means, sending information and receiving feedback. This is circle. This is not one-way road. This is both-way road. So thank you. Back to you, David.
Thank you. And you know what? You said something so critical, especially in leadership, that we miss a lot. When we communicate to our members, it's not just sending an email saying, hey, we need people to fill in the role. It needs to circle back with feedback. We need to confirm that they received it. We need to confirm that they acknowledged it and they're going to respond, so on and so forth. That's the feedback loop. And, you know, many times we just simply say, here's my delegation, or here's my task, This is what I want to get done. And then like a week later or a week before the deadline, I call, hey, how things are going? Oh, no, we have this, we're going to be late, all right? And then it's always that same old loop, same old story, where if you made sure you got feedback from the task you requested, then you could solve any issues or take away any problems. And that's what we don't do. We have to be able to provide the feedback. We have to allow for feedback when we command or when we ask someone to do something. So if I send an email saying, hey, get a survey done so we can figure out what's going on with our club, and wonder why nobody's answering, well, because you're not talking to them, you're not getting their feedback, you don't know if they received the email in the first place. So you have to make sure, again, not just communicate, also receive the feedback. So thank you so much for that expert advice on dealing with strategies and tactics. Now we get to an easy part. These are easy points in DCP, administration goals, making sure members pay their dues on time, and also making sure you fill out the officer list. Who's going to do that? How are you going to do that? What strategies are you going to do to make sure that works? Melissa has a lot of experience in making sure members pay their dues and officer lists are entered in Toastmaster. Melissa, how would you tell our members to make sure we enter our administration goals? And if there's multiple Melissas, the first one who wants to go. So I don't think I can see everybody on the list. So, all right. Does anybody else want to take it? Any expert on dealing with that? You'll get a free CNN certificate. Norca. I see Norca.
Let me explain why. I joined Toastmasters since 2018. And since the first moment, I was the treasurer for the club. For 3 years, consecutive years, and now I am the new treasurer for this year. Well, something that I did in that moment, and of course now I do, is to keep in mind the structure of payment, the times, the schedules, because it is so important for us and for Toastmasters International. So I work in advance with the club, with the members, explaining about the month, the semesters, how we have to work with them. Then 1 month in advance, I remind our members about the due date of our dues. I am sending some notes, flyers, but first of all, using the business session of a weekly meeting of our clubs. So everybody in my club, I have to recognize, and I believe that is everybody in our club knows how it works. And they know that they have to pay on time, because this is something that is a benefit for our club and for ourselves. Another thing that I already do, I don't remember how many times, when they pay their dues, I send them another note telling something nice for sending the payment on time. So this is important. First you ask, and then you recognize the action. It is so important for the club. And something that I already do is to present the financial statements, the cash flow in a regular basis, because all the members want to know how much money we have or how much money we need to make our expenses. So it is so important to have everything in order in our club. And that's it. It's how we work.
That's perfect. And thank you, No, yeah, I can't see that too far because apparently my laptop is quite out there. Janet, but one more thing before I mention Janet, you mentioned something so important. You got to complete the cycle here. Okay, we asked you to pay. They paid. They might have missed some meals or must have missed a bill to pay for this. Acknowledge that, and give them motivation. Good thing you did pay, and it will help you increase your pay ultimately in your professional life. You're completing the cycle. You're saying something or asking someone to do something, and you're providing feedback. Completing that cycle, and that's very important. I have another person. I think I had two people. George, and I don't know who was the first one. Oh, Janet.
Yes,
Janet and then George. Yeah.
Yes, I only wanted to add something that I believe it's important. Well, it's an example I can share. I wasn't participating actively at least 1 year and a half maybe, but I still pay my dues for Toastmasters. And sometimes people say, but if I'm not going to participate, I will stop paying. And when I can have time, I will do it again. But I ask them, do you really trust in Toastmasters? Do you want Toastmasters to continue going on? Or can you imagine if Toastmasters disappears and will not give the opportunity to others to grow as you already did? If so, if you really trust in Toastmasters, pay your dues and help Toastmasters go ahead. So I believe it's part of the integrity, the commitment, and also yes, I guess it's more part of the integrity and the commitment we need to take into consideration. And of course, be aware the others that this is not going only to help them, but others that can probably not work on it.
And thank you for that. And the key here is that what you do is not just for yourself; it helps others. So your contribution is not just helping you; it's helping others. And it's interestingly, I had a conversation with another member who was on the fence. I'm so busy. I got so many things on my plate and all that stuff. I'm not going to participate. I wish I had that answer before I let her go yesterday. But ultimately, says
maybe
help others.
Maybe the key word is support.
Yeah, the key word is definitely support, right? And when you're a part of a group or supporting, then it will give that intrinsic value or motivation to participate, or at least provide assistance, right? George is the next one.
Yeah, I wanted to remind everybody that for 16 more days, we can still renew 6 more months at the current rate. Yeah. But that rule has been going on for donkey's years. So there's no reason to charge people at the time that the renewal is due. They have 6 months in advance to pay the next 6 months. Yeah. And some people, because of their profession or because of their life cycles or because they're whatever, they don't want to be reminded that they have to pay $10 per month when they're doing the tax returns for thousands. So these people may prepay in advance with a long time ahead. The other reason is that they have a guarantee that they may leave your club at zero cost and their payment to be taken into account for any future club that they transfer to. So they are not tied to your club, they're tied to Toastmasters for the fees that they pay through self-pay to Toastmasters. So there's actually no reason for waiting until the deadline for people to be reminded, hey, we have 6 months to pay the next 6 months in advance, and always be 6 months ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I realized that because I actually paid for the entire year, and you know, the treasurer basically will take away, you know, every 6 months, right?
Well, you can pay Toastmaster at the current fee, always the current semester and 1 semester ahead.
1 semester ahead, yeah. And I think that's what we're doing now. I have to double check with my treasurer about that, you know.
The key is to enable self-pay.
Yeah.
So that they pay Toastmasters and they have the guarantee that if they leave the club, they can go to any other club in the world and have their fees recognized.
That's good to know. Yep. Okay, now the next thing we're going to look at is, of course, signatures. Well, that's easy, right? All you have to do is print out the paper and sign, right? But then all of a sudden, when somebody asks you to sign something, they're like, I don't know, right? This signature basically informs or guarantee or confirms your commitment to making sure the club success plan will be initiated. And it's needed as far as part of the completion requirements for a club success plan to be given to your area director. Now, you can do it electronically. You can print it out and then sign it and then put it in a PDF, no problem. But it's important to note that the action items are strictly there to help you. It's not required. You don't have to fill it in. You probably did anyway when you're doing your strategies and your techniques. But these action items put responsibility and onus on the person responsible for it, and it has a due date. So you can find out, are we meeting it or not? So these are all important items. Now, I want to let you know that this is one of the ways for you to fill out your club success plan. If you've done club success plans in the past, you would notice this is so much more streamlined than it was before. I know, because I did a club success plan 2 years ago. And when I found out this is the latest one, I was like, wow. Then we can do it even further for those who love to work online. The club success plan is now available online through Club Central. So if you're president or you're VP of Ed, you can go into your Club Central and then click on Club Success Plan and fill out everything you need to do as we were just talking about here. Now, I want to give you a chance to be able to fill out a club success plan. No excuses. You have the opportunity now to experience filling out a club success plan. So with that in mind, I would like you to look at the membership goals section of your success plan, which hopefully you should have in the attached file that I gave you, and then respond with this scenario. You're a club looking to grow 10% beyond the requirements. Okay. You traditionally struggle with converting leads to members. You're a club that is known for giving aggressive feedback to help members grow. Club struggles with getting guest information and following up with the information. You currently rely on word-of-mouth marketing. And the club is primarily retired or soon to be retired members. And a lot of people who contact us are from local colleges and universities. Your last year members were 12, and you only have 10 for now up to date. You need 17 to achieve DCP status. You already have 2 members for this year, so technically you have met your base, but you need to go more. How are you going to do it? So with this knowledge, answer the questions in the membership section of your DCP or your club success plan. Now I see yellow, so we can't really spend too much time on it, but I'm sure this recording is going to be available and the presentation will be available. Go through it and practice it. I have another scenario, which is members go through the education pathway very slowly. They seem more focused on participation in meetings than completing their pathway. The members are great speeches, but focus on their speech on subjects that are not within their path. Dual members have a habit of giving awards to other clubs instead of theirs. The most active members take up most of the spots. There's long-time members who do not want to do pathways, and members don't seem excited. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised that one or two of these scenarios are in your club right now. So practice, figure out how we can do that. In the end, if we're familiar with our club success plan and we'll know how to do strategies and techniques, then I'm sure you will have a successful club. So I have yellow, so we're almost there. Is there anyone who would like to give us one or two tidbits of what they've learned and what they will use in their club after this meeting?
David, Anna has a question.
Oh, yes, Anna. Sorry, this thing is really small.
Yes, I was thinking about Toastmasters have like a correct period to end a pathway, like, I don't know, a year or two.
Excellent question. Excellent question. There is no time limit to complete a pathway. You can start the pathway in 2023 and finish it in 2024. If you're that aggressive, it's a lot of work. Or you can finish it 10, 15 years later. There is no time limit. What is going to impact you as a club, though, is meeting those club levels, education goals. So you have to figure out and balance achieving those level 3, 4, and 5s with not stressing the member to do it.
Great job, David.
Huh? Yeah.
Great job.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah, we're right, right? Okay, yeah, that should be it. Yeah. And yeah.
Fantastic. David, thank you so much for walking us through the club success plan. This is one of the most important features that you should take advantage of right now. What you don't want to do is start looking at this plan come the end of April or May of next year, where you're scrambling to figure out how you can fill it out and how you can achieve the DCP point. And I would suggest that you work as your team, the executive committee, and you all contribute to the plan. Because if everyone contributes to it, then it becomes everyone's plan. David did a wonderful job, and he did a great job by involving our experts, like we are on CNN.
You're
in
hired.
the conversation. And that's what's great. Because again, when we participate, that's when we really learn. And we're all here to learn. And they say in Toastmasters, we learn by doing. And that's what we're doing here. So now we're coming to the final section of the meeting. This is super exciting. This is where you're going to go into separate breakout rooms based upon the role that you're going to have over the next year. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to introduce the leaders of each of those different breakout groups. So let me go through all of the leaders. I'll give their introductions, and then the Zoom master will magically put us in the correct room. So first, what I'd like to do is introduce Raul Rivera. He's a DTM, and he's going to be running the president's breakout room. Raul has been a member of Toastmasters since 2010. And in 2017, he received his DTM. He created the Mente Alberta Club in 2018, and now he's the president of that club. David, who just gave the presentation a minute ago on the club success plan, will be leading the VP of Education through that breakout room. Victor Manuel Ramirez, please forgive me if I got that wrong, will be leading the VP of Membership breakout. Victor has a degree in holistic science, and he is the executive director of the Holistic Science Institute. and founded a self-awareness program called Inner Humanity, the Forgotten Theme. He is a volunteer for organizations, including the Prem Rawat Foundation and the Guardian Ad Letum. He has joined the Toastmasters organization 10 years ago, and he has held official positions, officer positions, area director, and became DTM 5 years ago. He has also won several speech contests as well, and he'll be leading once again the VP of membership. For those of you who are VP of public relations, you're going to be led by Linda Carter. Linda Carter joined Toastmasters in December of 2020. She is currently a member of 2 clubs, Healing Communicators in the Bahamas and Sunrise Toastmasters in Florida. This year, she will be serving as VP of PR for Healing Communications and the VPE for Sunrise Toastmasters. Also, for 23-24, she will be the District 47 Pathways co-chair. CC, who you remember from earlier today, will be leading the Secretaries breakout room. And Alex McCrae will be leading the Sergeant at Arms breakout room. Alex is a DTM, and he is a boat builder turned farmer and educator. And as a certified master gardener, Alex is knowledgeable about soil, organic growing, and the benefit of wholesome foods for good health. Alex has been a Toastmasters for 10 years, and during this time, he has held the office of Sergeant at Arms, Vice President of Education, President, Vice President of Membership, and Treasurer. He has mentored club members, been a club coach, and an TLI presenter. He has been a functionary for several clubs and area contests as well. So again, enjoy your breakout room. Zoom Master, please magically take us there. Click on join when that box comes up and you'll go to the right room. So just click on join and Zoom, you'll be there.
George, Margarita, you can join your rooms.
Aló, aló. Hola.
Hola, Doris.
Sí, pero algo pasó y ¡chuc! Me devolvió.
Que decía que no se ha unido, decía moverá. Me equivoqué, perdóname. Estás en.
VP.
Pero ahora no te encuentro, no te puedo meter allá, ¿por qué?
No sé.
Sí, fui yo la que me equivoqué, disculpa. No encuentro la sala de VP. Oh, mentiras. Mover, ahí quise mover, pero no me deja moverte allá. O sea, no encuentro esa sala.
Solamente había 2 personas ahí y de repente.
Sí, es que.
¿Me escuchan? Salió.
Sí, era yo la que estaba haciendo el. Ya vi que estoy haciendo mal. Espérate, ya te soluciono. No, cuando me dice mover a una sala, no me muestra la de. No me muestra la de. La de educación, me muestra otras. Ve, aquí sí. No entiendo por qué no me deja moverte a esa sala. Dice que no se ha unido. ¿No te ha salido una señal o algo para unirte? Porque pensé que te podía unir.
Sí, ingresé, vi a dos señores ahí y de repente ellos dijeron, se escucha, y ¡shuc! Salí de la sala, no sé por qué.
Muchas a ver, sí, es que creo que yo vi que no se ha unido y dije, hacer clic acá se va a unir. Lo que hice fue sacarte según parece. Pero no me deja moverte a esa sala. Me muestra opciones de presidente, membresía, relaciones públicas, secretario, sargento, además, pero no me muestra. Voy a enviarte a una sala vacía y a ver si te puedo devolver, a ver si es eso. Muchas gracias.
A ver. Ingresé a la sala 7, pero ahí inmediatamente salió, retornando a sala central.
Otra vez. Pues es que yo te envié desde las 7 hasta la de educación, pero dice no se ha unido. O sea, estás asignada a esa sala, pero dice que no te has unido. Intento nuevamente 7, pero de 7 te voy a mandar inmediatamente, pero a la de educación. No entiendo por qué te manda para acá.
No quieren tomarme en ningún lugar.
Voy a mandarte
He
en este momento a
he
educación.
ingresado a la de qué se llama, he ingresado. Dice, you have been assigned to break in room 7. Yo en break room. Ingreso para allá y de repente sale como no sé, una flechita. Ok, a ver, vamos a ver aquí.
Me pasa igual con Margarita. Margarita, ¿estás ahí?
Hola, ¿me
Hola,
escuchas?
Mar.
Sí, tuve problemas con el audio, tuve que salir del celular, por eso volví a ingresar.
Ay,
¿Me
es por
puedes
eso que
mandar
no
el nuevo?
estás. Trata de ver cómo es que te uno, porque estoy aquí enredada uniendo a los que no había podido unir, pero ahora no te encuentro cómo unirte. Participantes. Ah, por
Sí,
este lado se puede. Ya
no
vi,
podía,
por este lado.
no podía
Ya vi
escuchar
por
ni con
dónde.
audífonos ni con nada.
Va,
Ya, gracias.
ok. Margarita, ¿estás ahí? Hola, Berito, ¿cómo estás? Están en las salas de grupos pequeños. ¿A cuál rol quieres tú entrar? Berito, ¿me escuchas? No, estás en...
Aló, ¿me escuchas?
Sí. Dime, ¿a cuál sala te asigno?
Moni, acabo de entrar, acabo de llamarles a los chicos y me dicen que están ahorita en capacitación y entré.
¿Tu rol cuál es? Recuérdame.
Secretaria.
Ok, ya. ¿Te interesa esa sala? Ya fuiste para allá. Ahí te sale la opción. Hola, Soledad, ¿cómo estás? ¿A cuál sala te asigno? Recuérdame. ¿Membresías? Soledad, ¿me escuchas? Hola, Soledad. Hello. Hola, Soledad, ¿me escuchas? Hola, ¿me escuchas?
Monica, excuse me. Monica?
Yes, hello. Which room do you want to be in? I don't remember.
No, I lost my connection with the BPM room, so I would like to go back. I'm now with my cellular phone.
Let
Can
me
you
try to help you. But I was speaking to you, but that you didn't listen to me.
Oh, excuse me.
Maybe you have the
Sorry, 1 second. My device died. I'm just trying to get back into the VPPR room, please.
Monica, I think we were scheduled to end the Zooms at 6:45 or the 45 after. So maybe you can either cancel the Zoom sessions or go in and let them know.
Yes, I have just closed all of them.
Perfect.
I don't know if they have finished or not.
They have finished now.
Life is so sad.
You don't know,
Yes,
but welcome
exactly.
everybody.
That was 3 of 5 seconds to finish your last statement. Oh my.
Right, can we have gotten like a heads up? Is there any way?
Time. We need more time.
We needed like 3 more minutes.
Definitely, at
I
least
was
2 more
listening to
minutes.
Julio, and I was like,
Can you put us back? Can you put us back? for
I
both?
couldn't even close. I'm like,
Normally there is a timer along with you, and he's calling the times. Now the time runs so fast. I was only in the second slide.
oh, yeah.
Yes. I was making a tour and it was late for me too. So sorry, I didn't.
No, that's not true, but we still did time. We get so excited that people are participating, and it's not about quantity, it's about quality. I really had a great time with 2 members who participated, and it was fantastic, in my opinion.
I had a
Fantastic.
fantastic 2 members. They are so excited about Toastmasters. They don't even want to go home after the meetings.
Well, thank you guys so much. And yeah, we know that these breakout rooms are super important because that's where people get to ask specific questions and hear more about their roles. But what I'd like to do now is invite George to once again speak and tell us, one, summary about the meeting, but even more important, about committee opportunities as well. So please take it away, George.
Yeah, I'm going to reshare the screen at the point where it was before, so bear with me. Okay.
It's not.
It should be coming. No?
No.
Okay, second
Yes.
try.
Yeah, right now.
It was coming, it was coming. Okay, so basically, I'm going to continue with this official deck of slides. And you know, we made our comments already about the deck being official and us having to use it. They should say things that you will agree with. I would like you to shout and interrupt if there's something that needs to be covered in detail. These are the roles. President sets the tone, provides support, etc. Is there anything here that you disagree with? 3, 2, 1, no. More things about the president. Do we agree on that? Yes? Good. Transferable skills. This is what you will use in your CV. This is what you will put as soft skills in LinkedIn. Okay, these are the things that you want people to endorse you for. We do this, okay, to speak outside of Toastmasters. BPE does all these things. Does all these things. Why do you do that? Because you know how to motivate others. You know how to set and achieve goals. You know how to organize and leadership. All these skills are things that go into your LinkedIn profile. BPM does this, does this. Transferable skills, sales skills. You know how to close opportunities. You know how to sell ideas. You're confident meeting people. You have improved communication skills. BPPR does this, does this. Transferable skill, marketing, proficiency using social media, sales, confidence. All these things are benefits for you personally. All these things are reasons for people to become officers because they not only learn from pathways, they also learn by doing officer roles. Secretary does all these tasks, transferable skills. Again, these are things that people recruit for and that you should put in your LinkedIn profile. You could get your members who are satisfied to give endorsement to you. There's no reason not to do it. Treasurer, simple, transferable skills, managing money, budgeting, keep it on record, disembarking fund. These are trivial things, but these are things that if you're a junior and you don't know about this, or you're somebody restarting a career, or you're somebody coming back to the work market, these are good things to have in your CV as skills. Sergeant of Arms, same thing. Ability to hold an effective meeting, preparation, organization, and so on. So you know that you have to do a successful club plan, item 111. You know that you have to create a budget. You know that you have to create a strategy. I would like to open the floor to see what else are we missing before we conclude this session, because we need to learn how to do this better the next time. So I would really appreciate your open feedback on this. If you want to raise hand and throw comments, there will be a forum for you to put comments too, but if you want to give us some immediate feedback. Yes, Billy.
I think the feedback that we got just a minute ago was to make the breakout sessions even longer. So this way people got a chance to discuss more of their roles, but I think that was super successful.
Also, like a longer countdown before it goes back to the meeting room. You have to go 5 seconds. I think on the Zoom features, they're like 1 minute or 2 minute countdown.
It will be, I'm gonna say something, right? It will be good, or maybe it will be interesting to have the information before the meeting, so we can come with the information in our heads and the questions are ready to be discussed.
I agree. You know what the problem is that we're having? That we invited more people than we have here. And the fear is that if we send information, we could get even less people. There are fewer people here. So it's a catch-22 situation. Unfortunately, this is one of those trainings that are experiential. You don't learn just from the information that we send you, but you learn from each other. And because of that, we require people to be at the training, not just to watch the recording. In fact, those that are watching the recording, thank you for watching, but you don't get the credit. You get the credit only if you are here. This is how it works. Sorry, but that's how it works.
Point of information. That is not what I wanted to mean. I mean that if you have the information before the meeting where you are going to participate, it will be better, so we can have more things to give us a feedback, and of course bring our questions and be more executive. That's, you know.
I don't know if you want to do that one, Monica.
It was sent before the list of emails we have about the officers. I don't know if you maybe you. I like to ask if nobody I received this email with the links and the information. But thanks for your comment. Maybe I have to aware about that.
We have a question from Maximo and Julio. Want to go, Maximo?
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Well, more than a question, a comment, a feedback. I have seen in the secretary breakout room, at least, that some of the participants need would like to know more about the tools like Club Central. So I propose we could make a different breakout room or a different training with Club Central, Easy Speak, Free to Source, something that englobes all the tools and the websites, because I think that many of the officer roles have the same tabs and the same use the same tools. So maybe could be possible for the future.
I answer briefly. It's not my baby, but I'll give you my opinion. What you said is something that we should train by role, which is a requirement that is the session that you have now, and that we have to also provide you training specific subjects. That is what is called TLI, Toastmaster Leadership Institute. And I think Monica will provide some kind of training by subject, not by role. But at this time of the year, we are required to provide you training by role at this point. So that's an excellent suggestion for Monica and for all in the team to take, I think. Julio.
I want to add something because it's so important for everybody here. And someone mentioned about Club Central. Yes, it is important. In our last executive committee, I show how to go to this page, and then in the left side there is something that says view tutorials.
Yes.
So we can go through that page and start maybe learning by ourselves
Yes.
how to use that page. Only for information.
Excellent suggestion. Julio, you have your hand raised.
Thank you. I would like to add a comment about the material. We all have access to Club Central, Basecamp, all the information is there. Just for context, I am a project manager, and I am used to do self-training. And I read a lot, and I already know what to do in Toastmasters. I already know. But being here with you, sharing your experiences, put me in the right way. It's not the same reading the book, reading what Toastmasters said, but hearing from you and your experiences. Now I have clear understanding of what I have to do. I have the recipe from Toastmasters. I have your advices. Now I can prepare a really nice cocktail for my fellow Toastmasters at my club. So it's more important all the things that you have said here than all the material that Toastmasters had in place. Listen to CC and George talking about a different point of view, experience what a Toastmaster can do, and listen to those people saying, "Oh, I'm sorry," and I can accept if I am, correct me if I am wrong. Listen to that is more valuable than read it in a book. I can help the people to do that because I'm also a trainer. So now I have all the elements to know how to train the people, how to coach my club and in fulfill their goals. So this is more valuable. The way you did the meeting, having the official deck of PowerPoint slides, it's a guide. It's good to have it, but I could have read it in Club Central. But the way you use it to give me the knowledge, that was amazing. That was something that I can say these are the most valuable 3 or 4 hours in my life in the last 6 months, because I really get the experience I need for helping my club. I understand now what Toastmaster means by this is a service that you provide. Now I have clear, I can now, with my experience, help the other people. So please don't stop doing this, because this is what really gives value to us. I can read all the manuals. In fact, I already have read the manual, but now I understand what is the purpose of being a VPE in my club. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say.
Fantastic. Well, thank you guys, everyone. And again, we'll continue. The Zoom Master has sent out a form where you can fill out and give us some additional feedback. Feedback, as we say in Toastmasters, is a gift. So we give each other gifts when we give feedback in order to respect everyone's time, because I know we've had an action-packed this afternoon. I just wanted to thank everyone for attending, and most importantly, and Cece, I'll get back to you. And most importantly, thank you for attending, as well as thank you for participating, because as Julio mentioned, It's the most important thing to connect with each other by participating. We will be taking a photo, so everyone please put on your biggest smile. So this way we can get a nice shot to show everyone what we've done. And as we're doing this, I'm thanking all of the presenters. You guys went above and beyond. You did a great job. You interacted with us. And personally, for me, the breakout rooms were the highlight, because that's where we really got to talk and understand about the roles and ask the detailed questions. So all the presenters in the breakout rooms, I'm sure you did a great job, and everyone felt like they really enjoyed it. Cece, there was something you wanted to say? Please take the floor.
Yes, guess what, folks? George was right. Oh my goodness. I challenged him. I told him, show me on the TI website where what he was saying was correct. And you know what? He sent me a private message. He is right. You are not supposed to tell somebody they have to redo a project. So George, I concede to you, you were correct. Thank you.
You mean to tell me all the information is at Toastmasters International website?
All the information any question you ever have can be answered on the Toastmaster website. So thank you, George. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you everyone for what a spirited and fun afternoon of education. It has been great. I'm honored to be your Toastmaster, and I will see you guys hopefully in 6 months at the next training. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you all for your help. It was a great training, a great session, and a great learning for me too.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
You guys from Miami.
Thanks.
You guys from Broward. I'll see you when you get home.
Right. Bye. Thank you, Monica.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you.
And let's stay in touch.
Thank you, Monica.
Nice to see you, Susan.
Yes, thank you, Monica,
Nice to see
Victoria,
you,
Anna, you
Cici.
guys were great.
Yeah, Victoria.
Linda, Cece,
I had a lot of fun.
Thank you all, guys.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Thank you for coming.
Wow.
So do you want to say something? I should stop.